相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Trofi MPL Malaysia, dia adalah simbol untuk tunjuk kejayaan satu pasukan. Dia membina legasi. Mana-mana gaming house I pergi, they proudly display their trophy because they know what that trophy means to them as a team.
There's quite a few champion moments that I can't forget for sure. When Homeboys won their very first championship, that was a very pivotal moment because Homeboys has never really gotten to that length of the tournament.
Rasanya trofi season 12 tu betul-betul bermakna untuk saya lah. Last saya dapat trofi tu season 3. So saya tunggu lama lah untuk pegang trofi tu. Season 3 saya menang atas usaha yang kuat. So bila first kemenangan tu rasa macam tak percaya. But then bila season 12 tu menunjukkan konsistensi kot saya dalam scene ni. Saya cuba banyak kali. Cuma fail juga. But then tiba-tiba season 12 miracle happen lah.
Season yang saya tak boleh lupakan is season 9 sebab itu first time saya champion. Dan saya dapat MVP pada season tu lah.
Masa Grand Final season 9, saya ada teman Momo sebab dia gunakan sniper. Tapi sekarang saya baru sedar yang kita orang dua tak communicate dan saya pun nervous jugalah. So yeah, sorry Momo.
SRG did it so handedly as well. Haven't had like champions who've dominated that hard in quite some time.
Time season 13 bermula, Maria from WTM datang interview saya dekat sekolah saya and saya ada cakap saya boleh kalahkan Chibi or being better than him, then it's just come true lah what I said.
Honestly, I nampak the new design for the trophy is very nice. For me, trophy baru ni adalah signal kepada semua pasukan that kita kena tinggalkan cara yang lama and start bergerak dengan cara yang baru. Disebabkan kita dah nampak usaha berkali-kali, hanya SRG je yang betul-betul boleh bawa nama Malaysia dekat international. So pastikan you come very prepared. Hopefully dengan trofi baru kita pun akan nampak banyak player baru ataupun organisation baru yang boleh step up and wakil Malaysia dekat international.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
much. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix GT30 Pro. Are you ready to carry like a pro? The ultimate gaming smartphone is finally here. Introducing the GT30 Pro. Equipped with all-day full FPS system, you'll experience 0 frame drops, just pure, smooth, stable gameplay all day long. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 5G chipset. It's fast, efficient, and ready for your most intense gaming sessions. And with the GT trigger, you get pro-level shortcuts. Buy items fast, check the scoreboard instantly, and pull off clean combos like you've never before. Get yours now, because every purchase comes with a free mag charge cooler and mag case, while stocks last. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends Esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways, green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Players, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF, PSM.
And selamat datang ke hari terakhir regular season MPL Malaysia musim ke-15. Nama saya Rose. Bukan kawan Rose lagi, tapi Rose yang betul-betul hari ini. And semalam kita sudah saksikan 2 pasukan terakhir untuk mendapatkan slot ke playoffs. And of course, kedua-dua pasukan tu adalah DX Seoul dan juga Team Vamos. Now, walaupun perlawanan hari ini takkan berubah standing leaderboard kita untuk regular season, pertarungan untuk hari terakhir mesti kena tetap perlu diakhiri dengan bergaya, penuh aksi dan penuh semangat. So with that, tanpa membuang masa, mari kita tengok jadual perlawanan hari ini. Untuk perlawanan pertama, Todak menentang JP Niners. Kedua-dua pasukan sudah tidak berpeluang mara ke playoff. Tetapi dengan semangat nothing to lose, mampukah mereka menghadiahkan kita satu pertarungan yang lebih bebas, luar jangkaan dan penuh hiburan? Untuk perlawanan terakhir season ini, Selangor Red Giants OG Esports menentang Team Ray. Tiada siapa lagi yang meragui kekuatan Selangor Red Giants. Tapi selepas kenyataan berani daripada trap minggu lepas yang menyatakan hasrat untuk nak solo kill Innocent, perlawanan ini pasti menjadi tumpuan ramai. adakah gergasi akan tumbang? Kita akan melihat sebentar lagi. And of course, di pentas kebanggaan ini adalah kita akan saksikan semua kejayaan, kejatuhan dan kebangkitan player-player kita. So, kalau korang tengah tengok live stream ni daripada rumah, jangan lupa isikan kod dekat bawah ataupun scan QR code ini untuk mendapatkan in-game rewards. And of course, tanpa membuang masa, mari let's show it to the casters untuk mulakan game pertama di hari terakhir. Casters, take it away.
Thanks so much, Rose. Welcome everybody to the MPL MY Week 6 day number 3, the very final day of Season 15's regular season. My name is Gideon Q. This is Husky here at the desk to keep you guys entertained for the next 2 best of 3s. Now, keep in mind, we've already secured all the play-in slots. There are no more admissions left. The tickets are gone. Sad to say that these 2 next matches technically don't really mean anything. It's not like the stakes are high. It's kind of there.
Yeah, it's all out on the table. You know, if you want to watch it for just for the purpose of action, feel free to go ahead. Although the only thing that I think is just almost impossible to happen.
Oh yeah.
The standings between 7th and 8th spot, right? Todak and Team Ray. It requires Team Ray to have this effort to beat SRG OG 2-0, which we all know is most likely not going to happen. But hey, at least there is some margins of shifting on the standings.
Yeah, honestly, the broadcast is going to be a little bit more for our local audience who are very invested in our teams. Todak and as well as JP Niners. Again, Todak, long-lasting legacy here at the MPL MY that has made history multiple times. Now, currently on their down low compared to the JP Niners. Ooh, boy. Chris Milan, I mean, so far they're trying back in that rebuilding phase, but hopefully they can come back this time. They can bring out that pride for a state here in Malaysia with a new Infinix phone. Recently launched the Infinix GT30 Pro. Because you can carry like a pro, the ultimate gaming smartphone is finally here with the all-day full FPS system, no frame drops, just smooth and stable gameplay all day long.
Yeah, and it's just great, right? Because it gives you pro-level shortcuts, which is perfect for fast item buys, scoreboard access, and clean combos. Available at a price of 1,299 ringgit. Comes with a free mag charge cooler and mag case.
Oof. Get it while stock lasts, guys. It will sell out like hotcakes. Now, with today's particular matchup, I think that at least for Todak, they're trying to, get their mojo back in. You know, they got to end the season trying to look like they are a team that could eventually start taking over the following season.
Do you see what I see?
Zaid?
No, it's Maima.
Oh.
Maima was on the stage during the ping test for Todak. I think both teams have went through enough this season. Hopefully, at least for Todak, now that reality has sunk in yesterday after Vamos booked their last in the playoffs, they can set themselves free from the shackles of this season's abysmal performance, right? And look towards next season. They have went through a lot by the end of week 5. The departure of key figures like Ashi, Saifu, Kuja, they're all on their own right now.
Here's the thing. When we're looking at the standings, you can definitely tell who is in the upper echelon of the MPL and has the highest chance of actually making it to EWC MSC this year. We've got Selangor Red Giants, OG Esports, and Homeboys in first and second place. Honestly, Monster Vicious put one hell of a fight against Homeboys yesterday, even though it didn't really change their position had they won 2-0. Now, Aero Esports just behind them, one of the bigger surprises of the MPL MY. Team Vamos, also pretty shocking that a team that was one of our runner-ups also qualified, but just didn't make it as well this year. DX Seoul, another big standout from the MAL with a veteran lineup, plus a couple of rookies. And then there's Todak, Team Ray, JP Niners, and Ocean Black.
I think the biggest surprise is that as much as Monster Vicious put up a great fight against Homeboys, the aggregate point difference is shocking, right?
Yeah.
Homeboys and Monster Vicious, there's a difference of 8 aggregate points between these two teams, and then 3 between SRG OG and Homeboys, which clearly shows us at this point of time in the regular season, SRG OG and Homeboys are cut above the rest.
Yeah, and even between those top two teams, SRG still has surprises to give.
Yeah.
Regardless, let's look at Todak because they failed to qualify for the playoffs for the very first time in the MPL MY history. Since their inception, they have again, represented us in many international tournaments, and they have never missed a local playoffs. This time round, it's different. And I think the rebuilding process has been over the span of, what, 2 years now? They still haven't found something that is solid.
Yeah, this is their 11th season in the league, right? And the 11th season, they, after so many accolades, finishing 3rd place in M1 and making like 3 more M Series appearances after that, and coming close last season. This season was definitely one of the lowest points for the organization. But for the Niners, it's slightly more interesting, right? Before they were the Niners, MPXNC made playoffs, missed playoffs, make playoffs, miss playoffs, and it's a constant cycle of making it to top 6 and not making it to top 6.
Well, here's the thing, right? I don't know what exactly is going on with the JP Niners. On paper, they have been looking like, all right, they've got some standard players, some really decent players at the same time, but they just haven't been able to find the secret sauce to make this team really work like a machine.
Yeah, I think the loss to VAM was probably the breaking point for JP Niners, right? That was the day that they came in full in spirits, and they had a very good idea to take on Vamos, and that loss, I think, basically broke whatever is left of JP Niners.
Yeah. Now, come back to Todak. As we have mentioned, this is the first playoff season that they are going to be absent, right? It's crazy. It's crazy to imagine that season 15 is all it took, because every single time we've seen them since season 4, they have made it. They have pushed forward. And obviously in the beginning it was kind of difficult while we were still MPL MY. But as soon as that break happens, and after season 6, consistently they've been making it into top 2s until season 12.
Yeah, in fact, they were the last champion of the MYSG League, right? When season 6, that was the last season when we both were together. They were the one that closed it out on a high note. This organization is a legacy. You talk about local heroes, people always think about Todak. And I think right now, with them not making it, they have time to rebuild. People are going to start looking for a new representative, and people see it in SRG OG right now.
Yeah, I think everybody's trying to grasp onto anything that is still having some local talent involved. Right now, I don't know, which party are you on? The I need an import party, or let us focus purely on developments?
I think developments is what I'm looking at, right? I personally am leaning into developing the talents that they have. I'm not saying that the imports are not good players. I'm sure they're great, right? But there's good players and there's players that fits with a team. And I just think that the current imports that Todak have don't really jive with what the roster wants to achieve.
That's the question. What does the roster want to achieve? Obviously wins, but the playstyle in the game, the personality, the identity when you are playing in this 5v5 esport, it can be very distinct. Vamos, for example, early game team. You can tell they want to play early game. They're not thinking about the later stages of the game, and that's something they've been working on since last year. Hey, if we miss out on that early game, what are we going to do in the late game? And they had some pretty cool tricks up their sleeves as well.
Yeah, I think this season at least, they've shown that they can manage that mid to late better. There's still some holes to plug. There's still games where they go late and they throw the whole game. Against Todak was a very good example, but at least they've also been able to come back in the late game when they were behind, and that was the game against JP Niners.
I think to wrap it all up, I think that if MV, a lineup that I was hoping would maintain its locality of it, having to switch out their mid laner for at least one import, that's when it becomes really, really difficult. Now, guys, we have a quote from LaFell. You see him on the BM desk. We're just on the left side of it. Wait, sorry, the right side of the camera. His quote is, "Not having a coach isn't a major issue for the team. The players are capable of drafting and planning strategies on their own. What matters most is having a leader who can unite and guide the team during the game."
Yeah, which was one of the questions I posed at the start of the season when we saw Todak without Chiku guys, right? As Chiku guys is playing in CG, in MAL. My concerns were, who is going to be that brain? Who is going to be the leader that rallies everyone, right? Where does the creativity come from? And I was looking at Zion Senpai to be the next person in line, because he has shown moments that he saved Todak in playoffs, in sticky situations. And then we get this whole Todak testing out Squad A, Squad B. And then we found that, okay, Squad B works the best. It's almost the same. 4 out of 5 players were the same from last season, except for Shiku guys. Sihin was also performing pretty well. and then week 3 happened.
Yeah.
And then they never recovered.
And then they never recover. I have to agree with what LaFell has to say here, right? Because at the end of it, even when we're asking top-tier coaches across the world, most of the time the players have all the knowledge that they need. It really just boils down to whether or not they can develop some good habits. Coach Ducky, for an example, with this year-long, actually 2-year-long spree with the current lineup of Falcons, previously Falcons AP Bren, previously Bren as well, it's instilling the right habits and instilling the right culture as well. Even Coach Arcadia mentioned it in SRG OG, what's it called again? SRG OG, they had like a tournament, tournament training. That's the what it's called.
Yeah, I think, you know, for a team, at the end of the day, the players, they know how to play the game, right? Now is to program them to play the game as a team and have the right kind of a recipe, the right mindset to get everyone on the same page.
Yeah, and I think right now the meta is asking a lot from every one of our athletes. Shihin, Magma, Zaim Senpoi, Zayed, and as well as Momo. Not only do you have to be aware of your own lane, but you also have to understand the relationships of how that affects every other role as you are playing at each stage of the game.
Yeah, there were a lot of moments when the duo of Magma and Gabe debuted, we see the clear disconnect between them and the rest of Todak roster. This Zaya and Magma combination only came in at the 11th hour, which didn't really do them any good. There was no saving them at that point. But since there's nothing left to lose, they're going to try it once more.
I mean, let's compare them to the JP Niners main 5. Loliels, Hazelnut, ZachQT, Zidane, and as well as Supa. They're going back to Zidane one more time. They're bringing on ZachQT, and Hazelnut has been a very good addition to the JP Niners. I think that, unfortunately, despite having veterans like Loliels, Zach, and even Supa, it's just not enough. It feels like the team lacks not motivation, more so eagerness to go and engage with your opponents.
It's the play not to lose mentality, right? A lot of times the way they make moves is they just don't want to lose, but they're not playing to get an advantage.
That's the thing. I'm hoping that this lineup, again, it's full local, and I'm hoping that they can eventually grow into their own man, their own person, their own human being to be top tier competitors. With that being said, let's bring out both our squads. For the first time in their journey, they've missed the playoffs. But even without a coach, they stand tall, ready to close their season with pride. Will this setback be the beginning of a greater comeback? Ladies and gentlemen, the kings of the ocean, Todak!
With only 1 win recorded from 8 matches this season, now they must get ready to face the challenger from MPL who's coming for their spot. Can JP Niners hold on to their fight and stay for the next season? Please welcome the Warriors from Negeri Sembilan, JP Niners!
Introducing the coaching staff of the 2 teams and the head of League Ops, Franklin, that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. From the side of Todak, it's going to be Soul. From the side of JP Niners, it's Coach Pops and Antagonist.
Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams. It's a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. Ini gaya kita. This is MPL Malaysia.
Good luck to both of our teams. This match, no stakes are on it. So really, there is no weight on the shoulders of these players. This is for impressions, and this is to inspire confidence, and at the very least, for some of their new players, get more comfortable on that stage.
To close out the season at least on a good note, right? It's not going to, mend a lot of the wounds that they have been inflicted across the season, but at least you want to be able to soothe yourself, soothe your mind with the closure of the regular season run.
Here's the thing. When I'm saying that these teams, they've definitely made some mistakes, ending the day with a win, ending the season with a win, definitely leaves a better impression. Let's look at the season comparison for the JP Niners in particular, because in season 14, 6 wins and 3 losses. Which some of their games getting 2 O's and obviously taking some 2 O's. But season 15, their current record has not been good at all. With a single 2-0 win against OB, it is a 1 win, 7 losses, potentially 8 losses if they drop a game to Todak.
And they did beat Todak last season too, right? This JP Niners roster, they were core differences from last season in terms of the players, But you see the teams that they lost to were the top teams, right? Maybe except for Red Esports, which had a very rocky regular season, and then Red Esports proceeds to 3-0 them in the play-ins. But this season, they were games that they definitely should have won. I think against Team Ray, there's a good chance of them winning. Against Vamos, they could have taken 1 point off of Vamos. It's just very weird to see JP in this situation. At first, when they switched out Mao for Hazelnut, we all collectively agreed that is a good decision, right? They needed a roamer that can get more active. We've seen Hazelnut play under Todak Legion, under Todak's main roster, and then they brought in, they swapped between Warlord and ZQT, they brought in Max. For a while, it looked good until it didn't.
I mean, I think that all teams have to go through this, where they're making their roster, they're learning how to play together. Even if they have the best players in the world, there is necessary grease to put between the wheels, between the gears, to make this machine actually perform at a high level. I think currently there's not enough Tier 1 competitions within Malaysia to incentivize that. There are a couple of in-between competitions, but not enough to get these players really excited for. Take, for example, the JP Niners, right? Zidane, this is his very first season. He still has stage fright. Being on a platform like the MPL, as we head on into the draft, I'm hoping he finds his confidence today.
Yeah, at least, you know, I don't really have too high of an expectation for both teams, but I at least want to see some of the fundamentals kind of polished up, right? Especially yesterday, we saw JP Niners play against DxO. They went blow for blow, right? DxO kind of dropped game 2 like they always do, and then came that game 3, which JP Niners just decided to give up. And I hope that's not the case today. They have a lot of things to learn from yesterday's game 3 itself. They have the idea, I think, Pops and Antagonists have good ideas on how to get an easily executable draft, but the players are not taking advantage of it.
Yeah, let's see how this draft is going to play out, because I don't see a Kimmy ban. We see Baxia, Joy, and as well as Chip for the side of JP Niners. On red side, second pick. First pick is going to be Todak. They've already locked in the Kalia. They got rid of the Matilda, the Fanny, on top of the Fredrin. Kimmy still available.
So Kimmy Phobius is going to be the immediate option. It also poses threats to Todak if they want to opt for something like a carry or even a Harry for Sihin, which is one of his most used heroes in the regular season.
I think, you know what I'm hoping for? I'm hoping that, you know, Malaysian esports scene, especially for the tier 1s, are going to look like yesterday's match. Game number, series number 3.
I hope so too.
Just homeboys, as well as MV, just duking it out. Yes, it wasn't the cleanest game in the world, but at the very least, this is like that Malaysian personality. We ain't giving up any ground. We're willing to fight and trade for it.
Yeah, we've seen the highest, the peak of what top performers would be, right? Like, barring SRG OG, they're on a different level. But
yeah, those guys are looking for the internationals. It's different.
For everyone else locally, I think that is so far the peak performance that we want to see these teams achieve. And I agree with you. I think we need more incentives for a lot of these tier 1 players, because they don't compete much in tier 2, tier 3 tournaments. But then when they come onto that tier 1 stage, they suddenly suffer like massive beatdowns, right? There's no in-between.
There really is in-between. There needs to be a tighter variance. Now, the Lucas gets locked in for the side of JP. It looks like their composition very leaning heavily towards the earlier stages of the game. The Kimmy could be a potential problem for Todak. I'm pretty sure that, you know, Purifies are going to be in need for the JP Niners. They ban out the Link. Coach Pops, he's on it today.
Yeah, he is. I think Coach Pops has always been very sharp with the draft, right? There are a lot of moments that he makes very good reads. Again, comes down to the players themselves. This Todak sequence so far is almost identical to what Homeboy showed yesterday in Game 3 against MV. They have a Farsa, they have the Kalea, they have the Granger. What are they missing? Obviously, the Phovis is not with them anymore. The ban is going to start targeting Low Liao Zero Pool. So far, I think this entirely Low Liao has also been struggling a lot, right? There is the Kimmy flex for sure, but him individually as a player, they were a lot of times where you just think to yourself, why?
I think that, I don't know whether it's Loliel's issue at this point, because this has been something that has happened consistently throughout the league in his professional career, where he's taking these 1v5 moments, 1v4 moments, really pushing the limits of what marksmen can do. So far, the only person who has done it is Innocent. The closest second, I would say, is Ruff, but even then, he's not even that successful.
I think we have a third candidate, Mel QT, right?
Mel QT is pretty decent, yeah.
Yeah, couple moments of that. Sometimes he's willing to sacrifice his health bar for moments.
Hey, that's a Kusei you're talking about.
Kusei is different. Kusei just doesn't look at the map sometimes.
Look, a lot goes on here in MPL MY. We keep it chaotic for a reason. Hylos is going to be the next follow-up ban from Pobs, followed up by the Gatot Kacha. Really good stuff coming in from Todak's side to make sure that the Kalia doesn't get counterpicked and they get a free 2-for-1 because Farsa uses that Feather Airstrike in place. Let's see what Red 4 has to offer us, because at this point, they've shown who their EXP as well as jungle is. The Kimi technically can be flexed here. If they want to play a Loyi, I wouldn't mind that too much for the side of JP.
There's Badang. There's Badang as a decent option. Up to this point, we still haven't seen heroes like Jawhead, right? Like Jawhead has literally disappeared from the drafting pool. I mean, Franco is still up. We've seen how Ivan deals with the Kalea yesterday using that Franco. And we also have the Kimi for JP Niners. We have the Traction, Pulse, plus Ardent Hook. I think here you probably pick a Roamer so that you can keep Lodiel's Executive's hero hidden.
Oh, it's not bad, but Cho, okay, Swiss Army Knife fits in all comps. They've got a decent amount of burst as well with the Lucas and as well as the Kimi. Assuming Kimi has her passive available, might I add. And maybe, you know what, I'll be generous. Give her like an item or something, and then you can consistently gun people down. Now, we see the glue get locked in because this is confirmation. We could see a potential pivot from JP Niners. They can go for like a Farmus and Vexana to kind of finish off their composition. Oh, Lancelot from the side of Todak. They're giving the specials here.
Yeah, giving it to Zayed. I think why not, right? Why not? Last series of the season, let Zayed have fun. I think he's the second Lancelot player in the league, right? There's only him and Hazel.
Hazel. They're the only two who are willing to bring in the Lancelot into the Land of Dawn here on MPL MY.
I think Faramis is workable. Obviously, it's a direct counter to the glue. There are specific conditions to make Faramis a counter. What I'm worried about are these big AoE damages from Todak, right? They can blow through the nether realm pretty quickly.
You know, I think that Vexana might just be a little bit better here because Faramis forces them to stick together, and the extra body from the Eternal Guardian might be able to protect them from some shots from the Granger.
Yeah, they also need they also need enough damage to kill the glue.
Also true.
So they go for the Harith.
All right, so they're going to put Kimi in the mid lane. Harith is the guaranteed scaling. However, a majority of their actually their lineup is pretty chippy.
Pretty balanced, you know.
Yeah.
They also have the Lucas. If the Lucas can get the full combo off.
That's the thing. Their whole composition, in terms of like raw bursts, Zidane and Lolios are the closest. Lolios needs a lot of time. Zidane, early game is probably where you're expecting it. First item, Hunter Strike, even a Fury Hammer is pretty much good enough against some of the squishier heroes. I think it's all right. On the opposite side, though, a little risky, a little high execution here. Zayed Prime trying to make a comeback this time.
True to Todak's identity, they like to play comps that require some extra layers of execution, and they've been able to pull it off in the past. I remember when Lilia is still meta, Zyme Senpoi Lilia, that was something else.
Woo! Those were some good days. I think he was he was running with Valens at the time when he was playing Lilia.
Even like season 13, right? Season 12 or 13?
Yeah.
He was orb walking with the Lilia. He was stealing lores, he was, you know...
He was doing the works. He was putting in the effort here. Now let's get into the Land of Dawn. This is Todak versus JP Niners. Todak on the blue side, up against JP Niners on the red side. Ooh, they're starting on the same side of the map as well.
So, Executive is going to get the energy bar, instantly shove at the mid lane, get priority over Zyme Senpoi. It's classic Kimi stuff, and you start moving. I think Hazona, he's been really playing primarily pick-up type of heroes, right? Like Kalea is always the first pick, sometimes a Cho. We see him on the Khalid yesterday. I think what Hazona needs to do is just identify these openings, right? Sometimes, like I remember when he first played Kalea, one of his very first game, he could not find openings, and then he started improving.
Here's the thing, I feel like it could be like a team sort of situation whereby like he needs to get the green light rather than just force it himself. That's what I find like a lot of roamers struggling with. It's like, oh, I have an opening, but can somebody follow up? And that hesitation usually costs them time. Now, in terms of the battle spells, it looks like generally Pull Yourself Together, Festival of Blood coming in from Granger as well as the Kalea. Everything else seems pretty standard. Momo opting to go for double movement speed, Wilderness Blessing on top of having the extra agility. On the opposite side, pretty much all the same, but they are taking the extra bit of attack damage to make sure they can hurt.
I think there is a possibility that when the turtle is about to spawn, Momo is going to harsh up the wave and start moving first. They do get the root on the Zyme Senpoi, but he's able to wings by wings out of there.
Okay. I'm curious to see whether they want to fight with support ult or not. I feel like JP Niners are more inclined to do so. Then again, Todak could easily make an attempt as well. It really depends on how Zayed is feeling about the scenario.
Momo and Zyme is going to share this midway. Both will hit level 4 at the same time. Very good timing. Hazelnut gets some harassment onto Zyme, but with now Momo around, JP Niners, let's see how they navigate this fight. Zidane and ZachQT working on the turtle, Sapat going for the zone. Hazelnut also goes to the back line, making sure that Zyme Sempoy stays away. Sacred Beast from grab does get used, and Zayed steals the turtle underneath JP Niners' noses. The Shock Blast has come out into a feather airstrike. Sapat is no more. Couldn't even follow up with the Infernal Pursuit. Zyme Sempoy finally goes down to Hazelnut, but damage has been done by Todak. Hazelnut will flicker the safety as ZachQT escorts him out.
Okay, not too bad coming in from Zayed. I think that JP Niners, the only way they could have played that better is to kind of focus their direction towards Zayed. They didn't want to give him the extra leaps. They don't want him to get free resets, so he's forced to use the Phantom Execution to get in the pit as well. And that's something that's hard to beat in terms of retry battles, right? It does such a ridiculous amount of damage. On top of the fact, if you're already stacked on that Lancelot, it's way bigger than the Retribution.
Yeah, extra damage from the initial puncture dashes, gives you iframes. But at least, I think for JP Niners, it's pretty unfortunate that Hazelnut was the one who got the kill, but at least he was able to shut down Zyme Sempoy, right? Kept him away for majority of the fight until Sapat kind of got dragged back by Momo.
Yeah, I mean, Momo is going to be really difficult to handle right now. I don't think anybody can naturally kite against him. Once JP Niners make contact, they kind of have to stick on you, which is the big problem, right? JP Niners only one move forward. Todak, despite having a high execution comp, have the flexibility of moving in and out of fights.
And they gave Shin the double wave mid too, so he's going to be slightly ahead of Lo Liao. Also just got his Hunter Strike. This is where it gets tricky for JP Niners. They're looking at Hazelnut to look for openings, but Magma is constantly going to be guarding him.
Yeah, I think the hardest part about this is the fact that Todak, they don't mind trading flicker for flicker against Hazelnut, right? Zyme Sempoy had the flicker earlier, but it's coming back up in about 10 seconds. Magma obviously wants to use that flicker, but neither does he want to be the main priority for JP Niners. They want to get something juicy like Shihim, but he's got Purify. Zayed, but he's got iframes. Momo, I hope to God Momo dies if he does get kicked.
I don't think they have enough damage yet.
You're just praying at that point, just like, please, let's burst them.
Maybe if they have a Sky Piercer. Oh, Zyme Sempoy actually gets kicked. The Traction Pulse actually pulls him back into the hands of Zidane, who will blow him up. Lo Liao also finds a kill onto the Roamer. As Zayed finds himself one. ZachQT now on the siege. Sapat jumps to the back line. Hazelnut wants to follow up, but Zian gets away with the Purify and finds himself another kill. JP Niners still ends up getting something for themselves.
They do get something for themselves. I have to say, that could have been so much better there. Had Sapat just landed the Flicker Dark Wave in time, it's such a short window that you have to hit that Flicker to make sure that you get the extra distance. Because had Zyme Sempoy or even Sheehan get tagged one more time by his passive, that Infernal Pursuit would have made all the difference.
And Zayed walks away with a free orange buff. ZachQT forced away by the Feather Airstrike. Now forcing Sapat to join his team again because the turtle is still up. Zayed just casually farming the top lane. Hazelnut into a Jin Kundo King. Magma flickers to safety. Sacred Beast is now unleashed. JP Niners takes his fight. Zidane jumped the back line. Look for Zihin. Just basically cleaves him with the fangs. And Todak now forced away. JP Niners will turn onto the turtle.
Okay, I'm surprised that she ended up dying there. He wasn't kiting the exact same direction. I was wondering when Magma was going to use that Tsunami Slam as well. Looks like he got no value from it, unfortunately, during that turtle fight. Great for JP Niners because now they're looking to try and take the lead back. However, we don't see these neutral objectives being converted into something large, like invasions here. And Hazelnut, he's already scouting with the help of Sapat.
Hazelnut has been doing a pretty good job so far with all these kicks, right? Catching Todak off guard. I think Todak needs to be a bit more aware, like Zyme Sempoy cannot just casually use a Feather Airstrike when Hazelnut is around. Zidane also closing the gap towards the backline with the flash stab, which catches everyone off guard. So Todak also needs to be aware of that, especially when you are running the Purify on Zihin.
Yeah, I think that between JP Niners as well as Todak, I think that JP Niners need to understand who their anchor is going to be. It's either Lo Liao's or ZachQT. Most likely it is going to be ZachQT because Lo Liao's needs time to actually scale. He does like negative damage to Momo, as you can tell. The Chrono Dash is not going to do enough until he starts getting some big ticket items. ZachQT, however,
okay, Traction Pulse, Dark Wave, pull back, Magma. Can't find a Tsunami Sand, now gets kicked back by Hazelnut. Great pick off for the Niners. Hazelnut will go down though, as the Feather Airstrike will now be unleashed. Zyme Sempoy gets all 4 pops up, but ZachQT escapes the Starling Beam enough to keep Zyme away.
Not bad. Hazelnut identifying the right target. Magma, unfortunately, not giving any time to actually get his ult off. instantly gets popped, and then the rest of Todak are looking back against Hazelnut. I think they could have gotten, if they changed their target priority from Momo to Zyme Senpoi, there could have been a chance to get another battle spell, which would have been great. But honestly, considering they're trading 1 for 1, they still are up in, no, they're equal in structures. JP Niners not letting Todak run away with a lead.
And the net worth lead for Niners essentially just comes from Kimmy, right? Kimmy and the Cho, but most of Todak's net worth is in Zayed.
Yeah. Zayed, I think, as well as Momo here.
Momo is actually same as Sapan.
Really?
Yeah.
Despite the 0-2, huh? I mean, the 3 assists does kind of keep up with it, but I would have imagined that Momo would have had a more solid EXP lead. But he has been getting pretty involved in these fights.
Yeah, he has been. He's a glowing one for Zyme Senpoi. Well, Niners making it to the turtle again. I think this is the most important turtle of the game. Let's see, Todak. They want control, but Niners doing a good job of keeping the turtle on their side.
I think JP Niners just have to fight, right? Because unfortunately, Zayed is 2 levels up on Zidane. He's not going to be able to catch up off of the small camp. And worst yet, they don't have enough structures to pressure.
Sapan's going to put himself forward. Zayed is going to target, even flickers forward.
Beat him up!
To look for Zayed. He looks for the final execution. This time Zidane gets the turtle. Zayed will get out. Sky Piercer machine helps him out, but Zidane finds a kill. A shock blast actually misses Magma. Hazelnut can't really follow up. But they might be able to get Momo, or at least force him away. Niners finds too.
Yep, Sopat. Good plays, good plays. He's willing to die for it, which is great. Because now JP Niners have secured themselves, and this is the conversion we were looking for. A 1.4K, they're going to get a mid-tier 1, which is so valuable in these next couple of engagements, especially when we're talking about stealing away buffs, taking away all the jungle entries on the side of Todak. From this point onwards, we're expecting Todak to get a little bit more creative because unfortunately Magma is not finding any value.
Yeah, no value at all. Haven't seen Magma take initiative, right? Get the grab into feather airstrike. We haven't been able to see Todak really utilize the big combos that they were supposed to have. Like, see him hit his Sky Piercer timing, that should be the goal sign, but it's either JP Niners were always the first one to make the move, which is what we wanted to see off of yesterday, or Todak is just missing the moment.
Yeah, I think Todak also needs to decide how they want to play these neutral fights, right? Unfortunately, Zayed, despite being 2 levels up, Zidane was able to out-retry him in that particular battle. They do find another trade down on bot side, a tier 2 for a tier 1 down bot side. Todak just making sure that this lead doesn't get out of control.
This is one of the first meaningful goal lead this game. It's 2,000. JP Niners will take the top tier 2 and trade the bottom one for it. Actually, no, Loliao saves the structure. And we start by showing up. Magma is spotted back up. Look at the backline though. Zyme Senpoi is going to get spotted out and kicked into ZQT. Zidane on a killing spree, and Momo this time will try to get away, but Hazelnut is on the tail, gets the slow with the Jit Kundo and the passive. Zidane finds a double kill.
Nice, nicely done for the side of JP Niners. Really great pinch, and that's just the value of taking away a mid-tier 1. You don't have that extra bit of vision. You start making these moves, and then instantly you can just walk around the T2's vision line, allowing you to cross over into enemy territories very, very quickly. Todak, unfortunately, mispositioned.
Such a... Where? JP Niners will get the first floor. Where has this JP Niners been?
I mean, they're playing with full confidence here, right? Hazelnut is not hesitant to threaten its targets, and I think it's a very clear direction. Zidane doesn't look as nervous. Maybe the first retribution was like, okay, I'm a little nervous on that one. Second one, despite the significant disadvantage in that fight, was still able to make it through. 2 levels down, he out-retried Zayed with the Phantom Execution.
I guess having no pressure on your shoulders also plays a big part. No Liao getting bottom tier 2, and Todak trading the top tier 2 in return. Zayed just living in JP Niners jungle. And Hazelnut just spot him. He was going to look for any Todak members anyway. Zayed gonna jump around with the puncture. Okay, Traction Pulse actually a bit out of range, but they should still be able to take him out. Subpart getting dragged back with a spread and grab. Zyme Senpoi finds the kill. Zayed should eventually go down. Couple more shots to the face, 1 for 1.
Unable to outplay it, unfortunately. A second off with Thorn Rose. Anyways, JP Niners could be walking with the Lord this time. Not enough damage applied to the waves to really make it matter here. With a member down.
Zyme Senpoi gets spot out again. This time flickers the safety. Good stuff from Hazelnut. Executes. Good stuff from CN. Executes Hazelnut. Traction Pulse pulls Magma back. JP Niners, they want to push on forward a bit more, but the Lord is still slow pushing, so they have plenty of time.
Hazelnut may have overextended a little bit there. His ult just got off a cooldown, so I'm not entirely sure what the third hit of Jikundo was going to make a difference unless Zidane was going for a full engagement, which I don't think is necessary when you have the Lord on your side. It's about space, it's about breaking these holy defenses, it's maybe even greeting out for an inhibitor.
They set themselves up for one more empowered minion wave. Todak will take care of the top side with Zaid. The mid lane also will be cleared out. No substantial damage to Todak structures. In fact, I think all of the inhibitors were untouched.
It's just no holy defense at this point. Any mistake coming in from Todak might just be permanent in the next couple of seconds. Winter Truncheon already purchased by... Sorry, Winter Crown already purchased by Zidane.
He's pretty far ahead. Hunter Strike, War Axe, Queen's Wings, Winter Crown. He's virtually unstoppable right now.
Yeah.
They don't really have the best way to control him, right? The only reliable crowd control is Magma. But Magma has a lot more on his plate than just dealing with the Lucas.
I think at this point, Zayed needs to make a super play. If not, Momo tries to make a super play. He needs to get right on top of some key targets, whether it be Zach QT or Loliels. That way, Hazelnut is forced to look away from Zaim Senpai and focus on Zayed, allowing a feathered airstrike to come through. Either or, Sapat is still going to be a major problem here. Shihin can technically try and outplay him, but even so, the time bought by the Fulvius alone is more valuable.
And this feather airstrike used by Zaim Senpai again, just to stagger out the waves. They have a pushing bottom wave, which JP Niners will handle right now, so they keep the bottom two up. They set up a slow push on the top lanes. The Lord will be spawning bottom.
They're going to take their time with this. They've got a slow push up on top side. Wave's going to collapse exactly how they wanted to, which is perfect for them.
Slow push bottom too. It's a conceal into a flicker, grab on a Hazelnut. That should be an executed kill. No, Hazelnut actually dashes away with the Chun Pole. Still has immortality. Traction Pulse does go wide. JP Niners finds the best case scenario for a disengage.
I mean, there was still... Even if Hazelnut had gone down, he still had Flicker, he still had Immortality. That was on Shihin. He ended up missing some important shots. One of the shots from the Death Sonata, and more importantly, his Rhapsody didn't fully connect on the jump.
And Oliel playing a dangerous game.
Whoa!
Done, okay. Goes in with the Sacred Beast. If you're Todak, you back off right now. Run the bar out.
Yep, run that bar out. Zidane actually doesn't mind dying, especially if you are ending up playing this Lucas. You don't mind dying when you're still in the Sacred Beast form, right? You come back, you still have the amount of charge you had left previously before you died.
And that's gonna get nerfed soon. You lose all the charge, actually.
No, please. Please, that's all I have. That's everything that Lucas it can do.
That slow push in the top lane is going to be a threat. Hazelnut is setting up. Anyone shows up to clear the wave, he's gonna look for a pick, and he has Lodiels to help him. JP Niners now holding Todak hostage.
This is good, this is good. They're gonna start the rush right now. The pinch coming in from the left side.
Hazelnut actually goes for a flicker, gets stunned up, grab backwards, will lose his immortality, but Loliel is just gonna dash in with Zam and force Magma conceal to get away. Loliel still finds a tap on the kill. Hazelnut does go down, Zayn getting control, but able to dash away. Loliel ends up finding a double kill, but Zidane will go in for the unstoppable streak onto Zayn.
Nicely done. JP Niners made a call, everybody was together on it. They technically could have kind of split up the roles there, where a couple would still stick on top of the Lord. Obviously, Zidane shouldn't be the one who's sitting on top of the Lord, because again, without that Sacred Beast farm, you do get chunked out. You cannot naturally solo it without your team.
With that Lord, let's see, JP Niners, Loliel dashing in. That is the Loliel that we all know and love. A solo kill on the Sihin does end up going down though, as the inhibitor and the crystal shot ended up helping Zaim Senpai get the shutdown.
And I thought that feather airstrike did all the work. Unfortunately not. No inhibitors broken just yet. Lord about to spawn. And at this point, Todak, they're going to be missing Shihin, and Loliels won't be there for the upcoming fight. It's going to be a little awkward for the Niners.
I think you just let this top wave push in so you could hold the Lord, stagger the wave, Loliel comes back, and then you continue with the push.
Jungle path for Zidane, he's going to end up on the bottom side of the map. I think JP Niners are going to end up on opposite ends. They're going to give up this initial Lord push and start going for that bottom wave, I would hope. But it looks like Sapat is slowly opening up the map alongside with Zach QT. They prefer a wider spread.
Even for Hazelnut, he's taking control of the bottom jungle. Todak doesn't want to show on the map without knowing where this show is. Hazelnut showing himself, I think Todak at least will be able to kind of reconfigure where they want to head towards. Right now, they take that bottom jungle for themselves, as the rest of JP Niners will push this top wave in.
I sure hope Hazelnut understands what he's doing right now because he forced the movement out of Todak. Here we go. Next fight.
Here, Flicker Tidal Strike into Tsunami Slam on a sub-bot. Who just eats all of it. Zidane just dashes in and chews out Magma. Monster kill for him. ZQT gets away. Zidane still wants more, but gets executed in the end. They do find Zayed, though, with the combination of Hazelnut and Lodiao. No feather airstrike from the side of Todak. Lodiao will work on the inhibitor in the bottom lane.
Yep, they still have that second wave to work with. They're going to take every single inhibitor. Zyme Senpai doesn't have the feather airstrike just yet. Cooldown is short, but not short enough.
JP Niners have essentially secured checkmate angle. Hazelnut able to get away. Traction pulse. Forces the Purify from Shihin, and Lodiao goes in for another solo kill onto the Granger. Feather airstrike can't take off. Cooldown. And they take out ZQT. Todak holding the base for now, but damage is permanent.
Lolial, he still has those mechanics. When you need him the most, and more so if you need to get a bigger lead, he's that guy you can rely on. If you need him to clutch, that's a different story.
Yeah. Very different personalities, but also very different atmospheres, I think, on both sides of the aisle. You look at the player counts on JP Niners side, all smiles and laughter, really enjoying the moment. Maybe also because they are winning, but for Todak's side, it's more of a tense atmosphere.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer, right? Because again, these small moments, these small missed mechanics have costed them quite a lot against the JP Niners, but it's not like the lead is running away from them. They're still technically quite even. Everybody's hitting their endgame builds. The only problem is how do you deal with the Lord with 3 missing inhibitors on your sides? Every single one of these waves are going to keep you held hostage, as the JP Niners have no incentive to rush the Lord.
And if they get it, it's a bonus. They just run down the lane. 18 minutes, Lord just evolve.
This is where it's going to get brutal. If Todak can win this fight prior to the Lord, that'd be great. If they can find a pick off, that's also really good.
Oh, that's a pick off that they want. Hazelnut still gets away. Still has the immortality, comes back to life. With the Flicker to work with, but actually missing a Flicker Dark Wave again. Miss mechanics.
It happens. It's not easy. Let me tell you, it is not easy to get that timing down.
Wait, so you Flicker and Dark Wave, or you Dark Wave then Flicker?
You have to be in the animation of the Dark Wave and then you Flicker. But the problem is that there's like an awkward amount of animation time. So it looks like you have a little bit longer, but you have to do it straight away.
So
press.
So the moment you raise the monolith, you Flicker.
Exactly. You don't give it any time. Just instantly, as soon as you tap, you instantly tap your Flicker as well. Do not hesitate. As soon as you hesitate, that's when you whiff it.
That's why we need the GT30 Pro, the shortcut.
Just the triggers?
We need the trigger.
Oh, dude. Whoever uses the GT30 Pro and uses the trigger for Flicker is a madman. You know how many times you're accidentally going to bump into it, you just Flicker out of nowhere?
But more so, is it legal competitively?
That's a good question. We'll ask the marshals later down the line.
I know, like in game titles that need mouse and keyboard, any macro is straight up illegal.
That's disgusting. How could you? Macros? Ugh.
It's the fastest item swap I've seen. Rose go into the immortality.
All right, his immortality timing has come back online. At the very least now, they're just holding it hostage. Here comes the fight.
Magma conceal into a knockout. Flicker tries to go for a grab. Momo is actually in the back with Zayed helping him, but Sin is already gone down. The backline exposed. JP Niners just piles on the Todak. Momo will lose his immortality, and Lodiao dealing with Magma shouldn't be a problem. Lodiao doing just fine. Zidane goes into the Winter Crown. Zyme Senpai and Cian both escape with Sliver of Health. Zidane contacts alive with the immortality. Flash stab executed by Cian, but Sliphat jumps onto the Granger. Lodiao just dashes through all of them with the Diamond Force. And Winnie is doing the work for JP Niners. Magma and Zyme Senpai left to pick up the pieces. And they have that feather airstrike to clear out the last of the catapult in the top wave, but there's still more bottom. Zyme Senpai, you can't do it all alone. JP Niners takes game 1.
That's game at number 1, going over to the JP Niners. A lot more confident. It's still a pretty close game between the two, but JP Niners definitely took the initiative when they had their timings right. It's a slower style of game, less risky, but that's perfect against Todak.
Yeah, this is what we wanted from JP in the third game against DxO. So many openings that they could have made a move, but maybe they got scared, maybe they got a bit too cautious, but at least in game 1, Hazelnut is showing off. Plus a bit of a breakdancing from Lodiao in the late game.
I mean, obviously, Lodiao's this guy's like, I need my TikTok reel. I gotta get into that highlight reel somehow, baby.
Might as well, right? Last game of the season is if I can solo queue Cian a few more times, at least I go up in the ranking.
I might get the play of the day. Who knows? Who knows? Well, once again, it's a 1-0 victory so far for JP Niners. Todak looking to come back. Not sure whether they're going to start switching sides and kind of change the draft up, because so far, based on what we've seen here, Magma didn't have a lot of good targets to actually find. And by the time the Winter Crowns came through, Momo lost all relevance. Whoever he holds on to, Winter Crown. What are you going to do about it, buddy?
Yeah, I think Todak just missed some of their early to mid-game timings, right? The moment they have Tsunami Slam, you're looking for Feather Airstrike Tsunami Slam. You're looking for Sihin with the Sky Piercer into kill conversions. There are also a couple of errors from Todak's positioning, like Zaim Senpoi not really putting too much thought into where he uses Feather Airstrike.
Yeah.
Feather Airstrike, and then Hazelnut shows up on top of him. Something that Todak needed to prevent from happening, and it really costed them that window.
It really did. I think, again, he's hoping that his roamer is able to start peeling for him. At least not with the Tsunami Slam. At the very least, able to kind of hold him in place for a little bit to get the shots out. It's not like those shots take very long. But give it up for our MVP, Loliels, coming up with the big guns here on that Harith. Literal nukes once you have the items for him. Those Chrono Dashes make the difference.
Yeah, this is why Pops and antagonists love to first pick Harith for him. There's a reason, right? He might be a coin toss, but you land on the right side, it gives you an 817 KDA.
I'm telling you, if he's playing for RRQ and is focused on execution, give this guy a lead and he knows how to reach for the stars.
Oh, he definitely is. He can be the next kingdom.
He can be RRQ Lonely Hells. That'd be wild.
That would be a wet dream.
Dude, playing Lonely Hells over Toy, I think I'd still... I like the consistency of Toy at least.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's too much of a stretch for now.
The Kingdom don't play with coin flips. They can play with tactics. That's the difference. And I think that JP Niners, it's great that Loliels still has the micro mechanics to really make these plays successful, but it's also one of his biggest downfalls, right? He is a win harder type of guy. He's not going to save you from behind.
Yeah. He's the one that trusts his mechanics more than anything else, and he uses it as a gambit.
Yep, it's quite the weapon and deadly in some situations, especially in this one where it's like, who can really threaten him, right? Unless he's eating shots from Zaim Senpoi and Shihin, then it's a problem because Zai could not get on top of him. Once that Xamarin Force starts popping up, no matter how many iframes, as long as he has something to hit, he's just going to have too much sustain.
Yeah, and he has Purify. I mean, even in the last fight, we saw him put Xamarin Force and he just break dances to 3 people just to kill a Granger.
Just slipping through, a bob and weave. That's what he was doing. 12 orange buffs compared to 12 purple buff steals on either side. The big difference being the orange buff and purple buffs obtained by the JP Niners and as well as Todak, with JP Niners having 2 more orange buffs over Todak, who only claims 6 of their own purple. Even so, based on what we've seen this game, again, it's both teams are playing it rather slow, right? I understand that Todak is very ult-dependent here, but when Zayed has that lead, the question is how do you find that big conversion? He had a 2-level lead over Zidane. Yeah. Zidane wasn't able to obtain 2 items on time, and therefore was slower on the farm. As soon as he hits that War Axe on top of that Hunter Strike, that's when he can clear like a regular jungler.
Zayed was 2 levels ahead. Momo taking a Swift and Wilderness Blessing. We know that he wants to move fast, and they made some good key movements, right? Momo always at the fight before Sapat. Zai was even setting up sideways with the lead that he has.
Yep.
There's just, again, no conversion because JP Niners always manages to find trace on other sides of the map.
I think at this point, Todak is playing a very standard team fight style of we move as a squad, we fight as a squad, right? Not distributing the resources and kind of min-maxing whether or not, hey, if we throw Zayed along towards Shihin's side of the map, for example, does he have enough damage and can he land the damage onto Loliels enough for the Sky Piercer to proc from the side of Shihin? Those are the few kind of gambits that I don't think Todak is willing to take as of right now.
And I think when they're playing from behind, they are letting Niners take space, which is a very rare occurrence, right? Usually Todak likes to be in control, but the fact that JP Niners are just walking up to Todak and getting some random roundhouse kicks, it's a bit shocking, right? Because Momo and Zayed, they have clear goals. The fight starts, Momo and Zayed dives the back line and try to hold back ZQT, but someone needs to control Loliel.
Yeah, somebody needs to control Loliel. If not control him, put his life at like at least 20%.
Don't let him fight, you know?
Don't let him fight, yes. Shoot him in the kneecaps, you know, real quick. Make him limp a little. Unless they have somebody to do that, it's really difficult. Even Momo tries, that Purify's too good. Plus, he did opt to go for like Oracle plus Concentrated Energy. You don't get to see that very often, but it's good enough for Lolios because it's like extra sustain and MR against Zaim Senpoi. He'll take it.
Yeah, Momo doesn't want to stick onto him. Momo sticking onto him is akin to Loliel bringing him for a ride as he kills his team.
Yeah, you get to witness firsthand what I'll do to your team.
Wow, front row seat.
Front row seats. Oh boy, it's really difficult. I think that Todak's draft, unfortunately, just not up to snuff, especially when you have a jungler who has to play extremely selfishly.
I do think that if you are running Kalea, your XP laner as a glue, there might not be enough synergy, right? Because glue is such a slow burn hero. He's there to disrupt. The best example combination we saw was Kalea into Phoveus, right? That one is probably one of the most solid ones we've seen so far. Good damage, good sustain, infinite crowd control. Maybe that's something that Todak can look towards if they want the Kalea. If not, get an XP laner that can work well with the Kalea, right? They can distribute the responsibility.
I think... Would I necessarily agree with that? I mean, to be fair, Shihin comes up with the highest GPM despite Lolios being the carry here. Momo took a significant amount of damage. Best Wingman obviously going to go to ZQT. Again, those traction beams... Whew, wow, those counter-engaged traction beams, I got to give him credit for that. Those were pretty clutch in certain moments. But generally, I think their composition with the Kalea plus Farsa and as well as the Granger is okay, right? That's a solid base for I pick off, I have enough damage to blow them up, assuming I land every single one of my shots, on top of the fact that you don't waste any time, right?
Yeah.
As soon as he's up in the air, you've got to be applying damage. If they hit the ground, there's a chance that they flicker out of the scenarios. And I think we might see them in a couple of these highlights where we see the Tsunami Slam actually come through, but not enough of the Feathered Airstrikes or even the Death Sonatas plus Rhapsody was enough to take out a target.
Yeah, they made 2 attempts on Hazelnut's life towards the late game, and Hazelnut barely needed to use much to get out. And up to this point, it was looking good. And then Sihin went down. Zidan didn't even bother using Retribution for the turtle. He just straight up ran the Granger.
I think that, unfortunately, Magma... I don't think it was badly played by him. I just think that there are a couple of habits that need to change, right? Number one, you don't necessarily have to like jump on the wall to get maximum value of your leap. I think there is still a very good use case for just single target. I lock you down for half a second, and that's all I really need.
Or just use your puddle.
Or just use the puddle, yeah.
The puddle, the cooldown is actually pretty short. This is the last fight of the game, and if you just look at Lo Liao, he goes to the back, he kills off Momo, I think. And then Magma couldn't deal with him. And then this was just Lo Liao's highlight moment.
Oh yeah, and this is while he was under artillery fire from the Feathered Airstrike as well. So he is literally fighting in the trenches under gunfire.
Crazy, he was dropped to like 10% health. But Zyme Senpai had to defend the base. So Lo Liao ended up killing everyone.
Nothing much they could have done here. I think the only thing they really could have changed at this point is either don't go for the Kalea as an early pick, and then Zayed has to play something that doesn't have as much... as many dashes, because I'm trying to think how many times do we see Zayed in range for Phoveus to get a proc?
Yeah.
Honestly, not as much as I thought there would be, but there is a use case of switching Momo out for a Benedetta and then playing the Fredrin, but Fredrin as well as Baxia got banned out.
Yeah, like the Phoveus range to proc the passive is actually pretty huge, like what, 8 meters?
Rough,
yeah, it's very huge.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff.
You could be off screen and still getting like energy, but that's just the dimensions of where you're looking for your phone. Either way, guys, if you're tired of looking at your phone, how about checking the time the traditional way? The official Mobile Legends Esports watch, very crafted in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Where do they find the dragons? Even we don't know. Comes in 3 different colors, green, black, and as well as blue. Let me tell you, blue looks pretty good. Green's also great. My favorite so far is the black one. Fairy also comes with mythic pendants for mythic players and features the first ever official MLBB jewelry collection. They've got the Jushin, they've also got the Mia one, if I remember correctly, the Luminous Mia jewelry, suitable for both men and women. It's unisex.
Yep. And if you want to get the mythic pendant, you have to be mythic.
You gotta verify it.
Yeah, there's no cheating. You have to be mythic.
You have to be mythic. I don't know whether... No, they're definitely not going to sell them because during M6, they also had like the exclusive M6 jewelry as well. We got a first look at that. That was pretty cool. I don't think they're selling it, though.
I don't think they are. Exclusive.
I
want to get myself a mythic pendant, though. It's a badge of honor.
It is a badge of honor, and it's also... there's also, like, roles as well for each of the roles. So, again, just check it out. At Fairy World. That's the place you want to check out all of their merchandise. Anyways, coming back into this game, though, do you think that Todak is going to be like, all right, it's red side time. Blue side, it's not working out for this. This Kalea pick, not working out for us.
I don't think so. I think blue side was okay.
Okay.
Jungle pick, maybe not play Lancelot.
I mean, he got a 2-level lead, to be fair.
Yeah, he did. But it's more like the mid to late game application, right? That's where you kind of start falling off a little bit. I would have obviously go for the more meta ones. Hayabusa, Suyong, I don't know, Joy, maybe.
That's also true. Both are also very playable in those types of scenarios. Hey, we got Maima in the back actually helping out the squad.
Finally, Maima always shows up when the team needs help.
Did somebody need the avatar? Maima starts walking in.
He's coaching the Todak ladies team, remember? Also gunning for a slot in IESF. I think it's like, what, still half a month before they lock in the roster? Yeah, it's a long process.
This is a very long process. Either way, hopefully we can do well during our ESF. The fact that we got like silver is pretty good. Could be better.
I want to see what Pops has to say about this entire season, right? Even when they had an early lead, they couldn't really close out their games.
Oh, and whatever strategy we had for the late game wasn't executed cleanly, so no matter which player we use, if we don't fix this root problem, they'll keep facing the same issues. Ooh, that's kind of rough here. Now, keep in mind, Pobs has a history of being, you know, and well, funny to bring up their analyst, antagonist, but he has been a bit of an antagonist painted by the fans outside. They've criticized him for his drafts. They've criticized him for his teachings towards the players. But at the same time, this is a guy who's achieved championships here in MPL MY. He's also outdrafted some of the smartest that we've had here in MPL MY. And I think from this quote, it's strange because it is two sides of the same coin. It's like, yes, the team is struggling, but there's also players that you've been coaching for a while, like Warlord, for an example, to be the leader of the IGN, to make these decisions. And that's how they got the championship in the first place.
And yeah, and then the question is, is the player problem an individual problem, or is it a team problem?
Is it like these three people have an issue with each other and these two are okay, but that like you can't whine?
Maybe it's like the Todak problem. Are these 5 people the right fit for each other, right? Because like I think one of the only coaches that won a championship with 2 different teams, right? His first season, Team Hug, he scored a trophy, and then he did the same with Homeboys. There are still people online that when they talk about local coaches who are outstanding, Pops is one of the first name on that list. Of course, people sometimes forget Sora and Haru, but you know, like Pops has a good reputation already.
I'm telling you, MV one day is gonna pull the rug. They're gonna pull the rug. They're gonna be like, hey, it's now we're so what's an organization I want them to get captured by? See, I'm thinking of a good one.
EW. Oh, hold on.
It's guess who? It's TSM Monster Vision.
They have the same color scheme. Right?
They do have the same color scheme. That's what I was thinking. It's like it's gotta be something that works.
No, not TSM.
It's TSM FTX. Oh God.
They'll have more problems. If it's TSM FTX, I think they have a lot more problems.
I mean, they've dropped the FTX at this point.
Thank God.
Thank God.
If you invest in FTX, shame on you.
Hey. Some people are millionaires while others starve day to day.
You mean like the 3 people?
Like me. I am starving.
At the cost of a lot of people out there.
It's true.
Hey, shout out to Sam Bankman-Fried.
Look, come in. Dang, that was a good one. I can't let that slide, but I got no better comeback for that. Oh, all right. Pobs, on JP Niners going to be on blue side. They get the first lock-in of Kimmy. Todak on the other side on red side this time. In terms of the bans, Chip, Kalian, as well as the Baxia, same bans. Pobs does this habit a lot. He doesn't really change the blue side to red side. The blue side to red side bans, it's only in the picks that he really starts spicing things up. Zol has decided to get rid of the Harith, the Matilda, and as well as the Fanny.
The Fredrin is open. It's more whether Todak would take it, right? Because okay. Do they take it? No, they take the Gatot and the Granger. There is a universe where JPs will start considering the Fredrin. The Lucas is also still up, because Zidane did play in the previous game.
Yeah, the Gatot is actually not too bad, because Gatot, what most people don't realize is in the early game, he has a high base damage, right? So even when you're up against the Lucas in that human form, if you stand around his first skill a little too long, you can actually burn yourself out. Like, you'll lose 50% of your HP, which is a shocking amount.
Yeah, and if you trade with him even more, he's gonna give you that iron fist.
He's gonna give you a black eye by the end of it. The domestic abuse is real with Gato. Gato with the domestic abuse problem sounds crazy.
Gato, skin idea. Gato in a white beat.
Hide your wife, hide your kids! Gato is here! Oh, Fulvius as well as Lucas is going to be locked in for the side of JP. Not bad with the Fulvius, but so far we haven't found like a true answer. to the Phobius. Even on his losing matchups, you need so much, and you need to sacrifice a decent amount to get like things like CC, like Glue, ahead of the game to make sure that Phobius is completely out. Oh!
Valentina direct answer, since there's a Lucas. Even CC has fallen out of meta, right? At least in the local league, I don't think we've seen much CC lately.
Because the thing is, when you're up against Phobius, Phobius provides so much more to a team fight than CC.
Yeah.
CC doesn't win hard enough to guarantee that lead. Like, oh, let's say you're winning by 500 gold in your laning phase. You both hit level 4. You go for the first team fight, right? And Phobius is 50% of his HP because you've been chunking him out. He doesn't have regenerate, but is still able to provide more in a team fight than you can as a CC. He gets 2 assists, you maybe get 1 kill, and now you're dead even in the lane. Like, what? Come on.
Even for Hilda, who also has fallen out pretty heavily.
Ooh, I think Hilda is relevant only when your opponent is playing an assassin, because you really feel that impact of like having that Hilda in your face. It's super annoying.
I think right now for JP, I know this Phobius, we also have seen players start to pivot more towards full tank Phobius, right? Like there's the Thunderbells, we've seen Dreadnought armor into Radiant if there's magic focus enemies. Except for yesterday where Val decided that War Axe was a great idea.
Yeah.
And it worked.
It was on top of having the blade armor as well. Just really making Kimmy's day miserable.
Kimmy doesn't want to hit him.
Like, please!
Cannot run away.
Please, sir!
I watched him heal almost 700 HP with an Infernal Pursuit.
So much damage, dude. So much damage. Kimmy is so squishy. Even at level 15, she's like just scraping by the 1.5k mark.
Yeah, Kimmy is like Faramis, right? Like they're both pretty squishy.
They're so squishy.
But Faramis at least sometimes buys items that gives him HP.
Yeah, and I mean technically he gets like a second health bar with the call. I keep calling it call.
Netherrealm.
It's so much cooler calling it call altar.
Hey, remember Worldy?
Okay.
What was it? What was it? Wave of the World.
Wave of the World.
Wave of the World.
That was a rough one. That was also another rough one. And so, second phase is already done. The Moskov, the High Loss band out for the side of Todak. Ling and as well as Joy for the side of JP. Pretty smart bans here. They want to make sure this Kimmy is going to be safe. And there is a potential where they still have Moskov available. Oh, no.
Moskov's banned out, yeah.
It got banned out. That is a bummer. That is going to be a Vexana.
So they go for the XP Valentina. We've seen this before, and funnily enough, it came from JP Niners themselves. They see a Lucas, which went into the jungle. They ended up picking a Valentina into the XP lane, and it got matched with a Hilda, and the game was over.
I mean, that was when Lucas was played in the EXP, though.
Oh, that game, Lucas.
Oh, that game was in the jungle.
Yeah, and then there was XP Hilda.
And then there was the XP Hilda. Again, I think that the only time that Valentina, to me personally, Valentina works in the EXP when you're up against specifically Lucas, because then you can space yourself very nicely. Phobius kind of gets on you too freely. And it's like, oh, I dash away twice. Great. The next time you walk up, I'm going to punch you in the face because my passive is back up.
Next time you walk up, I'll be full HP.
All right. The Cho gets locked in as well as a Wan.
Wow.
Interesting.
I can see the 1-1 working out. In fact, there it is, Hayabusa. That's what we want to see.
That's really good.
Ooh, but then there's only one frontliner. Well, 2 if you include Eternal Guard.
I suppose, but I think that Todak now has to really distribute the resources across the map effectively, right? Because again, Vexana, very susceptible to dying to Cho. Cho can get bypass that initial fear and force out a flicker. Wan as well, technically has an inbuilt Purify. Very difficult to catch, but nothing that Hayabusa can't do, right? Just pop that ult and roll the dice.
That, and also Todak has technically Gatot as the only frontline / initiator, and we all know Gatot is the worst at that. He doesn't want to be seen most of the time. I remember having this, I was talking to Wolf about just drafting in general, right? Like hero picks and the hero archetype. Gatot is a hero that
does not want to make first contact.
You don't want to make first contact. Ideally, I don't even want to be seen. I want to come in with an AOG, I want to be out of range, but in this case, I don't think Todak has that option.
I think they're just sacrificing cooldowns to open up bushes. If they get a lead ahead, I feel like they have to play very responsive to what their opponents must do, because technically the onus is on JP Niners, who have the more aggressive early game comp compared to Todak, right? They've got the Kimmy on their side. They've got Zidane back on that Lucas. They even have Hazelnut. So at level 4, they've got decent ultimates to play around, but look at this laning phase. It's so unplayable.
Oh yeah, the concussive blast into the enhanced basic attacks, force a flicker from Zion Senpoi. I mean, he does have regenerate, he will be pretty healthy, but can't say the same about Magma though. They want to force out his Revitalize. Magma finally pops it, turns around, enhanced basic attacks. Hazelnut needs to run back now, flickers himself, and ZQT peels him away.
Takes everything. He's costing him so much HP right now. Way too much HP. And I think that ZQT, he comes back in with like at least 70%. There's nothing much he can really do. I think, at least for Vexana, when it comes to the laning phase, yes, level 1's going to be a little tough here. And I think that once Zyme Senpai gets at least one item, one-shotting the wave becomes more valuable, and then you interact less with ZQT. But this early game is where it gets really, really rough for them. So let's see how the JP Niners use this pressure to eventually apply it towards the side lanes. Oh man, Sapat looks so juicy right now.
Let's see if he can go for the kill. Sapat will eat it. Good stagger. And that's going to instantly deny the gank.
That's going to back him off. They could have waited for one more rotation from Momo to make it happen, but they are on a timer with Hazel. Hazelnut trying to cover... Oh, Pixel Brush. What? No.
Are they going to pick the Gambit?
I think they're hoping that they utilize that river, and they want to catch him off rotation, but nobody's buying it. Yep, nobody took it.
Even Hazelnut took the safe route.
Good stuff from the side of Todak at the very least. There's some ideas put in place, but JP, they've got their protocols.
Momo will run away still. Hasn't stolen any ultimate just yet, looking for Zidane. Who now has full energy bar for the Sacred Beast. Traction Pulse was used, but chases Magma away. Magma on his 4 has the AOG, but doesn't get a chance to use it. Zidane gets the first turtle. Momo has stolen the Unleash the Beast, instantly pops it with the help of the AOG from Magma, but Zidane just turns around, takes first blood, takes out Momo, and now can continue to fight. Magma actually fell and gets the kill on Sapat and Zidane. Zayed find 2.
Man, the last two are so low. I can't believe Hazelnut actually made it out of this. Really lucky that Zyme Senpai, really lucky that unfortunately Momo, with the initial push from the Sacred Beast form, ended up pushing Hazelnut just enough outside of the AOG to buy him that extra bit of space to go for a Shunpo before the Beast Bomb actually connected. Either ways, not too bad because Todak is walking away at least with 2 kills compared to JP Niners with 1 kill and 1 turtle.
Yep, Zayed and Zyme Senpai both got a kill each. They take down the enemy jungler too. Now the next question is, how do you deal with the 1-1? Of course, aside from the Hayabusa jumper, everyone else don't really have the best way to do so, unless Momo steals the Sacred Beast and, you know, just runs at Loliao.
Or Shihin hits every shot. He's got to hit every shot. That's kind of the mechanical disparity when you're playing 1-1 into the Granger. It's a little difficult. Well, Traction is going to pull, but nobody to follow up on. No way to really contest. Bot side, though.
Shadows didn't really connect onto Loliao, so no conversion into a crossbow tank. Shihin will now harsh off the wave and chunk Loliao out as much as possible. All shots connect. Most of Todak's players are, like you said, just like game 1, they're playing this 4-1 formation with Momo as the anchor top lanes. Just did stole the Sacred Beast, but now has to run away. The Inferno Pursuit to follow Momo, forced to use that ultimate to get out.
This bomb already coming out. He's going to struggle to walk back into lane. He's going to opt for a recall here. He doesn't know that Zidane has already taken the beetle and walked away from the scenario. That's going to be a full wave that Momo is going to miss out on top of his Purify. Not a great situation to be in, especially with the turtle spawning. So Todak, now, if they want to win this upcoming fight, they've got to drag this out.
Hazelnut has to flick a kick too. Looking for the flick a kick. Oh, almost gets Zyme Senpai. Good reaction from the Vex.
They're going to have to take their time here. Even Shihin is considering joining this fight, but 1-1's not letting him move out of the lane without some form of punishment. At the very least, he's able to push out that wave.
But goes in, let's get terrified. Still gets a dark wave pull, will sacrifice his life for this to make something happen. Hazelnut finds a kick on the Zyme Senpai, and Zidane goes for the back line, blows up Shihin with the Beast Bomb. Now Momo gets himself isolated. The stolen Unleash the Beast, not enough damage as the members of Todak all start falling. 3 dead.
Why did Magma decide to drop the AOG there? Rather than his forward guard? Like, Momo was doing work, he needed the extra bit of time. You don't mind trading Zyme Senpai in these types of cases because he's already used his full cycle of abilities. Even Shihin, trying to be part of that fight, started to struggle generally. They need a cleaner front to back. If Zidane gets into the back line, that's already going to be a problem. If Sapat is alongside with him, even bigger problems, but you have a good disengage mechanic. Todak need to fight together. They have to. The only person who's allowed to overextend and go out of position is Zayed as well as Momo. Everybody else must kite in the same general direction.
That's what makes the job of Magma so much harder. Right? He's the only one that is given that responsibility. Again, as a Gadot, if you are that Soul Initiator plus Peeler, you have to make some very tough decisions. And the further you fall behind, the more impossible the scenario will seem.
Now, with the missing bottom tier 1, they're trying to get this lane swap going. Oh god.
Momo has to use the Purify. Does manage to get out. That's a lot of damage dealt still. JP Niners will get the top tier 1 just off of that.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Magma.
So Liao not afraid to take it. Now the kickback. Crossbow attack unlocked. Lo Liao just goes to work with Inspire. AOG not enough. Lo Liao tracks him down.
What? That tracked him all the way there? I thought it would have ended as soon as he was in the air.
I thought so too, but I guess it followed.
What?
That is crazy. Alright, that one is not on Magma.
That one's definitely not on Magma. What?
Ability interactions. Apparently, if you fly, you're not invulnerable enough.
That's so jank.
Wait, but now that I think about it, when you use Winter Crown, Crossbow Tank still continues the channel. And you're invulnerable in Winter Crown. So I guess Lo Liao was
No, it should instantly stop if there's no valid targets around.
It's still hitting you. When you use Winter Crown, it still hits you. You just don't take damage.
I guess that's fair.
So I guess Lo Liao was at max range from the start and the end point of the AOG.
Man, that's such a bummer though. God, I don't blame Magma for that one. I don't blame it at all. You wouldn't have imagined that it would go in that direction as well. Even so, JP Niners still, they find the advantage for themselves and now into the next fight.
Momo is starting to feel behind, gets dragged back by Subpod, and now Zidane, big flash combo. Shihin once more gets destroyed, the Beast Bomb almost kills Iron Senpoi. Here comes Magma, the AOG actually gets cancelled, he ends up going down, and Zidane now gets to go to town. Thanks to the help of JP Niners, 3 dead on Todak.
Oh, Zidane feeling so confident right now, making all the plays, all the moves. They're trading front line and back lines here. Both Todak as well as JP Niners. JP Niners more confident because their back lines have plenty of self-sufficient peel, right? They're able to kite for days, brother. I mean, other than Zach QT, but he had to use his flicker in the fight at least.
Yeah, poor Magma. The one time he wanted to peel for his team, his all gets cancelled.
Couldn't do much there. That's the problem with this Lucas pick.
A really tough game. I think it's either the Starling Beam or the Traction Pulse, one of it. Or maybe Hazel, who knows. 5.4k goal lead for Niners. Lord up in 100 seconds.
Oh, DHS already purchased by Lo Liao's the Demon Hunter Swarm.
This game might be close to the end point. Unless Todak makes like... I think it comes down to Zayed, right? Zayed... He's deathless so far.
I mean, let me just double check the items real quick. Where is he currently at? He's got the Hunter Strike.
War Axe, I think. Probably going for Malefic Roar next, I assume.
Is it even worth going for it? Oh, hold on.
Oh my god, Zion Senpoi is straight up dead.
There's nothing you can do about that. No flicker, you're just gone.
And that's a full combo from Zai. Still has
Shadow, what?
But not that it really matters though. And that Beast Bomb takes out half of Shihen's life bar.
My goodness. I would have imagined that Momo dies there. Oh, finally. Oh,
that's a figure kick. Goodbye, Zayed.
Oh, the snowball's too big. Oh, wait.
Shadow kill. Actually, tries a kill.
Oh, if he survived as well, that would have been sick. But Sapot not going to let him go. These inhibitors are going to start collapsing.
And he didn't have the Shadow. Flash combo, flash stab. You cannot control Zidane. Magma AOG. Completely dodged by everyone. And Magma ends up going down. Crossbow tank gets transferred on the Sihin, who gets out of range. Lo Liao gets terrified. While JP Niners didn't get any inhibitors, Todak holds the fort.
Okay, all right. Some decent defense. They had to sacrifice a 2-for-1 there, unfortunately, but it still worked out. Todak in it to win it. Zach QT goes for a wand here. Is he that worried about Zayed? Zayed currently only has 2 items. He's not like in a crazy position, but they also don't want the off chance if they're low. So happens to be a Shadow that connects.
Yeah, double defensive items. Blood Wings to the Winds of Nature. Probably Concentrated Energy next. I mean, Todak was really lucky that Lo Liao didn't have Inspire just now.
Also true.
He would have killed all of them, I think.
Yeah, but Lo Liao's, he's 3-0-3 currently. Highest amount of gold.
Where's the Heart's Claw out of nowhere?
Yeah, he just wants to sustain, right?
Casual Heart's Claw.
Because he knows Momo's going to jump for him. Like, if he gets chunked out... luckily, Momo is not... he's not level 12 just yet. Once he hits level 12, that ult is going to do some real work, assuming he has the right items.
This first lord for JP Niners, Zayed was able to shove out the bottom wave pretty deep. So Niners will need to take some time to kind of recalibrate the wave, especially the bottom one. Lord will spawn mid. See JP Niners, let's see what they will do. The bottom wave finally pushes out. Good proxy from Lo Liao, so Zai is going to do the same bottom side. At least they get to stagger the push.
Yeah, somebody has to come out of position. They see Zidane, Todak just like, nah, not going to deal with that. They also see Suppad actually walking in to start clearing the jungle. They can play a traditional defense. One minion gets let through on that bottom side.
Zai did use the shadow kill too. Only defense top pop. This Lord will take down the mid inhibitor, sadly. The bottom inhibitor most likely will also lose his holy defense. Todak will be able to hold back the rest of the push. Lo Liao dropped out to half health, but thanks to the DHS and the Haas Claw, he's back up to full.
All right, pretty decent defense here. Now the second wave. This is the big problem here. I see the Winter Crown purchased by Zidane. He could go for an all-in dive on Todak underneath their turrets, but they're going to take the safe route. They're going to focus purely on inhibitors.
Good sandbag on the Hazelnut. Give him stiff arm movement. Magma gets pulled back, and that's more than half his health bar. Revitalize gets popped. Zidane straight to the back. That is going to purify out from Sihin. He does still have the Winter Crown to work with. Stolen flash combo, but it's not enough. AOG, this one connects, and Magma lands the fat one. Shutdown going over to Sihin. Magma now continues to chase. JP Niners force back. Magma once more. Rooted in place, but Todak have done the work.
A very good attempt for the JP Niners. Really sad that Lo Liao's ended up dying there, unfortunately. Again, constantly, whoever's low, walk back. Back to the fountain, top up your health, get back into the fight, rinse and repeat all over again. I think that Zidane had a good idea. Unfortunately, Lo Liao's unable to fully capitalize on the situation.
Oh, that's casually stretching. He's like, 10 more seconds.
10 more seconds.
If I'm back in the ring. Traction pulse miss. Stolen traction pulse by Momo.
Oh!
Uses Zakuti, flies away with the jetpacks. Zayed coming in from the side. So Todak will get the mid-tier one.
All right, they're finding something back. Like, Todak has come to a point where they've actually got some real damage here because JP Niners, a majority of their backline just are so squishy, just the squishiest, right? I think that Zyme Senpai has almost a little more health than Zach QT, bar for bar, but definitely Bloodwings making the difference here.
JP Niners are by no means, out of this game just yet. Still almost a 5k goal advantage. They do find a cake this time on the Magma. Can Magma fly away in time? It seems like, no, there's no way he does that.
It's just too much damage from the side of JP Niners, right? They're sacrificing a little bit of health for a lot of consistent damage. And Zayed, sneaky, from the back, looking for an opportunity to maybe one-shot Lo Liao's in this fight.
Does Lo Liao have Wisdom Nature yet? So he does. He does have Wisdom Nature.
Purchased it like rather early as well, because he is the richest member from the side of JP Niners, right? That's where a majority of this league came from.
Now Winter Crown for Zyme Senpai. Todak forced to concede the Lord this time. Hazelnut even spotted out the rest of Todak just now. They made contact in the bottom river. JP Niners very confident to rush the Lord down. Let's see if they can do some. They can take away the rest of the inhibitors. The Lord instantly spawns due to the timing.
I think there's a good argument. Right now, it's whether or not they can get Magma's ult out of his hands, right? Once Magma doesn't have his ult, there's a lot more confidence for the JP Niners to kind of push in and go for the fight. Momo definitely is going to be looking for the backline, but Zayed, right? If you forcefully come from the front, then you just have to worry about like two side off angles when you are dealing with the traditional front to back. Ooh, we are also seeing a Winter Crown being purchased by Momo's side as JP are looking for the rest of the inhibitors.
See, the Winter Crown is going to help Todak. Zayed forced away. Hazelnut used to conceal. It's all to zone Todak away so that they can get the rest of the inhibitors. But Todak putting up a very good defense. Silent inhibitor still up. One more empowered minion wave. JP Niners have to flick a kick. Traction pulse still on cooldown. Zayed dashes in. Shadow kill. Lo Liao eats it up with the Wisdom Nature. No more shadow kill. Hazelnut couldn't find a kick. As terrified. Ran down underneath the inhibitor. And Hazelnut gets executed by Sihin. Todak mounts another great defense.
Really great defense there. Good punish on towards Hazelnut's side. Zyme Senpai catches him with the fear, despite the fact that Hazelnut was confident on that Shun Po. It's one of those unfortunate rock, paper, scissors matchups, right? You just throw it out a little too early. That's all Momo needs.
They're going to try and turn onto Magma, who is taking significant damage. Todak will take this opportunity to set up their own waves. Zayed with the Blade of Despair. The bottom wave is going to be shoved in. JP Niners secure the orange buff. Todak starting to walk up a lot more.
Yeah, he's got the items ready to go, right? He's got that Winds of Nature instead of going for the traditional Winter Crown as a means to deal with Loliel. So there is a chance that if he's too low and the combination is dragging on for too long, Loliel's might still have enough shots of the crossbow of time to kill him through the wand.
And not only that, Shihin's biggest enemy right now is Zidane, who is just straight up diving him. Right? Loliel will be dealing with Magma and maybe Momo. And the problem comes afterwards once the crossbow tanks transfers. But until then, Zidane is the biggest threat. Rose Gold Media for the Lucas last item.
Yeah, he needs it. Again, he's looking to try and block the shots. Him and Hazel are the ones who are looking to block the initial fear coming out from Zyme Senpoi. If they can block that fear, they save themselves a lot of heartache because it can hit multiple targets if they're standing too close together. So somebody needs to be designated to block it.
Todak with a Death Bush bottom. The Sepats can start checking. There it is. Foul Magma.
Doesn't take the Infernal Pursuit. He knows that there's no way that Magma's just going to be here by himself, especially with nobody else showing on the map. That top side is building up, though.
Yeah, it is. JP Niners will send ZQT to handle that. Well, the good news for JP Niners is that Lord is spawning from top. There's a bottom wave that it was stacked up. Zai will clear that out right now, so it will be a neutral bot lane state. JP Niners ends up getting priority off the Lord. Actually, no, they didn't go for it. Asian are still looking for info.
They're just looking for anybody to intercept during the rotation, right? Because they've seen the JP Niners do this time and time again. They want to start like trying to affect side waves. They know they've got some slow pushes working for them, but Todak now, they're giving up the interception. They're going straight for that Lord. They need to get JP Niners to start corralling before they pull apart.
Loliel is going to be working with Hazelnut once more. Just like game 1, they stick together to find kills. And Todak, with all 5 members, essentially just huddling at the Lord pit. JP Niners have plenty of input to work with. Momo now spotted Holy Crystal for ZQT. Todak forced to let the Lord reset.
Oh, Traction did not connect. Loliel's, as long as there's something to hit, he can heal back up because he can move around this map extremely fast now that he's full build. Same time though, top side, again, another slow push. Todak just playing it macro-wise, right? Protect that mid wave. Bot side is eventually going to slow push into us, but if we don't do anything to this Lord, we can't really do much. And they don't have the mobility to get across the map fast.
Yeah, this bot slow push is going to become a problem for Todak for Niners.
Here.
They're going to start to run it down. Where's the jungler for Niners? And not dead. Zidane finally arrives. Todak now needs to get out of there. Hazelnut goes in, tries to look for a kick, gets control again, but Zaya is going to be caught. Loliel finds the kill. The rest of JP Niners get out.
They don't get a big enough conversion here. Loliel, he's still trying. AOG comes out, he's not going to bother, right? Lord falls into the hand of Todak, so this guarantees them they've got pushing waves on their side. They're dragging this game out for as long as possible.
Getting into the 18-minute mark. Thank goodness for JP Niners that Todak killed the Lord slightly early, because that Lord could have evolved if it full reset it.
Yeah.
So no evolve Lord means JP Niners breathe aside already. Momo still to unleash the beast, gets rooted down. Now they jump on him. Momo will be forced back. Traction pulse, pulls him back. Magma, Zyme Senpoi, and Shihin all show up. Zidane catches the backline. Zyme Senpoi instantly into the Winter Crown, and Shihin gets away with the kill on the Sepat. But Zidane keeps on going and just destroys Todak's backline. Double kill for the Lucas. Hazelnut holds the rest of Todak back. Momo next on the docket, as Zai finally shows up to provide some backup, and they just run out Zyme Senpoi. It didn't really matter. Loliel over Zai. Zidane effectively getting an unofficial Maniac.
Nicely done by the JP Niners here. Winter Crown timed perfectly to cancel out that quad shadow. Can't do much. Wow, it cancels out the quad shadow, but doesn't cancel out the... Yeah, man, so many weird things. Spaghetti code. Now, looking for the end. Well done. And this is a 2-0 victory. The confidence builder. The make your bed game to have a win when you get back home game. Well done. JP Niners take a 2-0 with Zidane up on that stage.
Finally, one of the bigger victories for JP Niners. However, much it means for them, even though they are not going to be proceeding forward, they're not moving up in the standings in any manner. They still have to play that MPL promotional series. And this is a good note to the chapter of JP Niners in this season.
Yeah, once again, both Zion as well as Zyme Senpoi, Shihin all coming out with smiles. Momo, same expression as always. Looks like he just got out of bed. It's like another day at the office.
And only last season he did shed a tear or two when they missed out M6. But aside from that, I think in Todak, I hope they have accepted their fate this season. Come back stronger in the next one. But Niners fans, money didn't go to waste. even throwing in some taunts at the end.
With that being said, let's have a chat with our winners up on stage with Rose.
Ini adalah perlawanan terakhir Todak untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-15. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, kindly give them a warm round of applause. Now, walaupun ini adalah one of the first times that Todak tak layak ke playoffs, I hope to see you guys again in the future. And Momo, mungkin satu soalan je. As a constant in Todak daripada mula lah kan. Macam mana Todak akan regroup balik during the off season?
Mungkin kita orang akan try out balik player-player dan insyaAllah next season lagi better lah insyaAllah.
Alright, we are looking forward to that. So Momo, is there any final words yang you nak kata di atas pentas?
Okay, untuk first kali saya nak ucap minta maaf kepada bos Todak, lepas tu Abang Lord and parent players and semua fans Todak, tak kisahlah datang sini ke, online ke, saya wakil Todak, saya nak minta maaf ke atas prestasi yang tak memberangsangkan season ni. And then yang kedua is insyaAllah perjalanan Todak tak balik sini, walaupun sedih nak ditelan sebab ini first time kan Todak tak payah playoff, tapi itulah realitinya yang kita kena hadap. So insyaAllah pada musim hadapan kita akan bangkit daripada benda ni lah. So pada penyokong JP Niners, thank you datang memeriahkan hari ini. So jumpa lagi season depan.
Alright, terima kasih Todak. And you know, kita semua akan tunggu for Todak untuk bangkit sekali lagi. Once again, a round of applause kepada Todak. Thank you very much. And of course, pasukan yang menang untuk perlawanan ini, give it up for JP Niners. Hi. Hello. Mungkin kita boleh start dengan Sepat dululah kot. Sebab pagi tadi nampaknya Sepat memang semangat je dalam bilik tengah jerit-jerit tadi. Apa mentality yang korang ada leading up to today? Sebab it's a nothing to lose punya match lah kan. Tapi macam mana mentality hari ni? Okay semua?
Okay, all good. Apa mentality kita orang cuma nak menang je last game ni. Sebab bila saya live jual cokot taruh, tak adalah ke depan sangat.
Okay, Sepat. Rose ada satu soalan untuk Sepat ya. Ada satu video yang Rose nampak is that Sepat tak nak pun jumpa tim MPL, tapi sekarang dah di situasi yang kena jumpa dorang. Adakah you guys are ready?
Mungkin habis je game ni kita orang akan balik untuk rest, jumpa family untuk seminggu dan kita orang akan kembali dan kita orang akan training lebih lagi lah sebab kita orang tak nak hilangkan slot JP Niners itu.
Okay, so Rose akan jumpa Sepat lagi
kita orang main final juga, tapi final
Semangat hari ni semangat.
Sebab menang.
Sebab menang. Very good. Congratulations. Now Coach Pubs.
Test.
Okay, Coach Pubs. Walaupun season ni prestasi JP Niners is I'm pretty sure not what you expected juga. And of course tak layak ke playoffs, ini adalah satu benda yang I'm pretty sure also affected you guys, especially you as a coach. Mungkin Coach Pubs boleh share dengan kita orang apa plan JP Niners during the off season in order to come back stronger untuk musim ke depan.
Of course, pertama kita akan main MPL dulu lah, final nanti kan. Kita akan lawan dengan tim daripada Challenger. So kita akan perbaikilah apa yang kita kurang daripada segi kita nak tutup game ke apa. Banyaklah preparation yang akan dibuat. Mungkin ada pertukaran player, mungkin pertukaran coach juga. So benda-benda ni kita tak dapat nak bagi kata putus sekarang sebab apa-apa pun berbalik kepada management lah. So itu apa yang kita akan buat.
So it's still in discussion lah kan?
Ya betul.
Tapi janjinya adalah pertukaran and there's going to be difference next season.
InsyaAllah. Kalau mungkin kelemahan season ni daripada kita orang. So yang kurang tu kita akan keluar lah. Kalau saya kurang, saya lah keluar. Macam tu lah. Contoh, saya tak tahu kan sebab apa-apa pun in discussion kan sebenarnya.
Alright, we like that. Now, mungkin Rose boleh cakap dengan Zidane. Jangan takut Zidane. Guys, a round of applause. Zidane, prestasi yang sangat-sangat baik hari ini. Mungkin kita boleh ke depan sikit. Okay, jangan nak bully Zidane korang ni kan. Okay, so Zidane, lama tak nampak Zidane di atas pentas. Tapi semalam dengan hari ni Zidane main, prestasi tu memang on top lah orang kata. Macam mana Zidane mendapatkan momentum balik bila tak main tu?
Coach saya bagi kata-kata semangat lah semua buat saya main balik.
Coach bagi kata-kata semangat. Apa dia cakap?
Semua ada, marah ada, semua ada.
Oh, marah ada. Diorang marah kau-kau lah? Wish. Tak baik ni coach. Hai. Siapa yang marah?
Anca.
Okay, nanti Rose cakap dengan Anca. Alright, so kita sudah nampak perlawanan yang menarik daripada side JP Niners. And with that, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini. In 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Jatuh kepada Zidane. Match terakhir MVP pula tu. Now Rose nak tanya, kita tahu that actually JP Niners ada 2 jungler jugalah kan. And like I said, ini adalah musim yang agak shaky untuk korang. Tapi in your opinion, apa yang you learn the most untuk musim ini? Mungkin sebagai player MPL, you manage to control your stage fright. Apa yang you belajar yang you rasa memang akan bantulah dalam kehidupan seterusnya?
Main atas stage lah, bagi saya hilang stage fright.
Rasa dah okey dah sekarang?
Dah okey lah.
Dah okey dah. Oh, that's so nice. That's so cute. You know what? Hopefully Rose boleh jumpa Zidane lagi. And of course, interview Zidane lagi. Okay, now Anca. Sini Anca. Anca, Zidane cakap you kuat marah dia.
Sebenarnya enggak, jarang-jarang sih marah, cuman marah sebab sayang kan dengan dia.
Ya ke? Ya ke?
Nak dia improve kan sebab tak nak bagi down apa semua. So kalau dia boleh, mental dia boleh tahan saya punya marah, so dia tak ada lagi pasal stage fright apa semua.
Betul juga tu, betul juga. Now, Anca, Rose kurang borak dengan Anca musim ini.
Ya.
Memang kurang. So,
Dua kali.
you ingat So, sebelum Rose lepaskan JP Niners dan juga Anca, bagi sikit tunjukkan berani Anca dekat semua orang sekarang ni. Top 2 MPL MY musim ini yang akan pergi ke EWC untuk wakil Malaysia.
SRG dengan Aero.
SRG dengan Aero, kenapa?
Sebab bagi saya gameplay diorang 2 tim ini lah yang paling solid bagi saya.
Okay, hopefully you are right. And of course, Anca, ini adalah masa untuk bagi kata-kata terakhir di pentas MPL untuk musim ini. Bisik-bisik dah start dah. Okay.
Thank you buat semua yang udah datang, buat semua fans MPL MY, buat semua fans JP Niners, buat sponsor-sponsor kita orang juga yang dah percaya. Tobaki, apa lagi? Iron Bank, Makers, Direct D. Nih disuruh paps ya. Thank you buat semua yang udah datang, udah support kita. Aku tahu ekspektasi kalian semua ke kita tinggi, cuman kita nggak bisa memenuhi ekspektasi itu. Kita minta maaf yang sebanyak-banyaknya. Buat fans kita, gue mohon maaf. Dan buat JP Niners dan buat semua, thank you for everything.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a round of applause for JP Niners. And of course, mungkin kita akan jumpa mereka di musim ke depan. Memang chemistry off lagi. Chemistry off lagi. Okay. All right, thank you very much. Good luck on your match up against the MAL team. And with that, mari let's show it back to the casters untuk analyze apa yang jadi dalam perlawanan clean sweep ini. With that, casters, back to you guys.
Thank you, Rose. Once again, our MVP of this game for the JP Niners, Zidane. It's great to see him as a rookie building up that confidence ever so slowly. Not everybody's going to have a hot debut on their season of the MPL MY as the league gets harder and harder with top-tier teams still getting better somehow. Don't see the cap in don't see the glass ceiling at all.
No. First season, he was completely on the bench, so technically this is his official debut, and even then, he had some struggles, right? Like the first few games had the stage fright. They brought in Max as maybe a sort of motivation, a change. for JP Niners. That didn't really work out. In the last few moments of JP Niners, they put Zidane back in. And at least he closed it out on a good note.
He did. He played two strong, very strong Lucas games. Again, really good eye for engagement. His target priority was also good. Did he miss mechanic? No. Honestly, he was getting on top of the correct targets pretty consistently, every single time, actually, throughout this game. Despite that, his MVP stats, 8-3-3, 10-2-5, having a pretty decent GPM, but generally just an absolute monster. 19-8.
Yeah, I'm happy with what I saw from JP Niners. This is a redemption for the entire season almost. So for a lot of the holes have been plugged. But for Todak, some good ideas, but I guess they needed the off season. You know?
Yeah, they really need the off season to work on a team that can build some long-lasting, not only just chemistry, but at the same time ideas of how they want to play their comps and how they want to play their games. I think that, like, unfortunately, it's weird to see Todak in this state. It's also really unfortunate that JP Niners, again, both playing somewhat of the exact same style, right? Just slow, very tempo-based, not taking full opportunities and not willing to risk it as much, knowing that there is a failure on their own departments to not make it pull through.
The craziest thing is that Todak, week 3, was probably one of the lowest points. People hated everything that Todak was bringing to the table. Week 4, they got dropped by Homeboys, and people were like, okay, it gets worse for Todak, but it's Homeboys. The next day, they 2-0 Vamos, and you know, hope was restored. We're like, okay, so they can play a clean game, right? They won one game from ahead, they won the other game from behind, and then the following week, it went back to square one once more. So this Todak, very, very lost. But for JP Niners, I think they need, like the coach said, got to prepare for the MPL promotionals, and this season, Challenger Conference isn't going to be easy. We have some ex-MPL squads there. I'm looking at you, CG. I'm looking at you, Vlad. You know, all these cheeky Team Hagrid Esports veterans lurking around for a second chance.
Look, they want that spot bad. Now that they've been in the MAL, they're like, oh, dude, the MPL... just having that shot at an international is worth it. It is worthwhile. That's what everybody's been looking for. We look at the stats, even numbers all add up. And throughout this fight, I would have imagined Lolios did a little bit more damage in these games, but generally Zach QT was making a lot of contact with Todak and really taking care of his space until he gets jumped on by Momo, and that's when he's praying.
Yeah, I mean, aside from that, he just dives the backline, right? Like, you see the work that he puts in, he realizes, okay, Magma isn't around, Momo isn't around, it's go time.
It's go time. Generally speaking, I'm hoping that the JP Niners are able to kind of keep their spot. I think that these players definitely have a place within the MPL. The question is, how do they make this squad work? Todak even, right? It's gonna be really hard to imagine that Todak isn't going to change their lineup again. But the question is how, right? Because there are two winning styles that we see on the international stage. Either you play structured with high execution, meaning you must hit these spells, you must have a specific line of play every step of the game, similar to RRQ, what we have now, or the more fluid style with just a little bit of ideology, like Onyx, for an example. A bit of back and forth, a bit of adapting to the scenario, but every opportunity is never missed.
Or there is actually a third style. You play with the win, like TLID.
Yeah.
There's this cycle of we're doing good, not too well, we're on a lose streak, and then we bounce back.
Yep. Either way, right now the meta demands a lot from its players because it's so snowbally. A single mistake could really cost you the game, and it's very difficult to find a recovery point unless you know how to play from behind. Both of which has two options. Either A, you play very passive, you take a lot of less risks, like we've seen Magma and as well as Hazelnut kind of take a step back when they don't have that lead, or you can really take advantage of your lead, get into the flow state, be that carry, be that rich guy like Zidane.
Yeah. And you could play Turtle, like Vamos with, what was that? Was this Farsa Beatrix? Which, yeah, very great gameplay. You just cannot end the game.
Negative waves. Negative waves. Can't do anything about that, right? You have to force a play upon your opponent. But those are very, like, it's not like it's impossible to deal with. At some point, they have to walk out of their base. And when they do, that's when you take advantage of them, right? That's why I feel like in this game, when we saw JP Niners as well as Todak, they were focusing very much on having clean team fights and finding these small advantages to force their opponents out of position. And I think that's what the game really boiled down to. The hard outplays weren't really there. We didn't see like insane engagements from either one of these teams. Very standard, very, if you're out of position, we punish you.
Yeah, it's just very basic standard, you know, fundamental MLBB. Right? I see a fight I can take, I go in, I press my buttons, I hit my spells, and then we end the fight.
Yep. The high-level part of it isn't coming just yet for both of these squads, but we didn't expect it out of them anyways, right?
Yeah.
They still have a lot of things to eventually work on, but it's promising to see that there is at least a mechanical skill from both sides. At the very least, they have the right eye for opportunities. They've got the ingredients. Now it's just the development.
Yeah, like we know they still got it at least, right? Like they're not quote-unquote washed up. They just need the time. Maybe they need the right team. Both teams did toy with the idea of maybe, you know, Todak try out new members. Pops maybe saying I don't know, Pops is just teasing his goodbyes. It's a Pops thing to do.
Yeah, very Pops thing to do. He's doing it for how long already at this point? 1.5 years of saying like, oh man, this is my bad.
I'll take responsibility.
Hey, thanks, bye, you know, every single time. So we'll take it with a pinch of salt. With that being said though, generally speaking, these are going to be the final games here, and you know, the bows for both of these squads. All the best for the JP Niners in their fight against the MAL Challenger. That is going to be a series to watch. Hopefully I don't know how it's going to pan out. Who knows what happens during that time. Hopefully a patch doesn't drop out of nowhere.
Yeah, we've seen like 2 so far, right? Because
Yeah.
there are 2 seasons of ML. Season 1 was Barracuda against DX, I think. The Sunfrost was still coaching and Barracuda kind of reversed.
Oh, they were young and dangerous?
Yeah, they were reversed. No, not even young and dangerous, just DX.
Oh, yeah, just DX.
So Barracuda like reverse swept them, and that was quite a moment. Sunfrost got a lot of attention for that because Barracuda was just, Asian was styling on him, you know, on stage. Season 2, Young and Dangerous beat Team Hawk, clean sweep 3-0, right? And now they become DXS and they're in the playoffs in the first season.
Yeah, I mean, that's already a pretty great start for DXS in general. I'm just hoping that, I don't know, seeing JP down to the Challenger Conference.
This season is harder though. I mean, you have MAL, you have MPL squads in MAL. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened as well. I mean, at least Todak, they've got their like collegiate as well as their own main
Hey, if
lineup.
Todak don't make it, at least CG can make it.
Well, that's also true. That's also
Todak
true.
2.0.
Yeah, just dabble the idea in there. With that being said, though, good game coming in for JP Niners. A 2-0 victory over Todak. With that being said, we're going to be throwing it over to the mic checks and afterwards a break. And when we come back, it's going to be more MLBB action here at the MPL MY.
Betul. Dia nampak lu, Mahmud?
Ya.
Atas tim?
Dia boleh kongsi kat aku ni. Ya, aku clear bawah.
Okay. Atas saya banyak, guys.
Aku. Korang tengok je, guys. Tapi ready guys, kalau dikongsi.
Oh, ada sini. Paruh.
Ada, fight guys. Depan lu guys. Terus sen.
Oh, winter. Dah winter. Tengok dia. Orang mana belakang?
Aman mati belakang.
Atas guys. Pindah dulu.
Pesan.
Nice, mati Lukas. Lukas mati. Nice.
Wave kita guys. Aman guys. Guys, wave kita guys. Boleh enggak, Im?
Paman Oh, minion bodoh. Minion belakang tu.
Oish.
Sempat sih. Minion ni.
Aku dah mati.
Ke depan je. Minion bawah.
Ya, hari ni tak ada purify tu.
Oh, strike.
Nice try mo.
Kita banyak tunggu dah.
Agak
Bagus. Tengok. Wave kita nak end lah guys tu. End ke?
And please.
End please. Boleh end. Boleh end sini.
Banyak.
Baik. Aku jago, Cok. Aku bakal korang.
Nice.
Nice.
Ipan beban tu.
Pecah, aku pecah, Cok. Atasan. Mana dari sini? Main pan.
Aku pecah.
Bodoh aku.
Nice try.
Aku dah TP tahu, Aman guys korang.
Dia ada winter tu.
Fighting lu guys.
Low.
Boleh enggak nih? Lihat gua nih. Dapat guys. Nice guys.
Lagi.
Lihat boleh guys. Boleh lagi. Nice guys. Recur Kimi. Aman. Gua udah jadi plate armor guys. Aku tolak bawah. Ya. Bagi value guys.
Aku atas.
Balik guys.
Aku boleh dapat pesta naik.
Guys.
Coming. Grenade one.
Oh, dapat lain. Santai.
Dapat dua.
Bocil main. Main kasih tau.
Aku datang main.
Aku lepas dulu.
Jangan hit Gatot. Aku mengatur.
Aku mid.
Dalti Gatot. Ada Gatot di belakang Ton. Ada Gatot. Nice Ton.
End.
Mid.
Nice. Menang.
Dapat duit.
Lagi banyak.
Bagian besar. dapat duit.
RM40. Dapat duit. 20 second.
Kali. Nice try kawan.
Nice try.
Nice try, nice try.
Nice try. Nice try.
Nice try.
Try boy.
Fight for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。
みんな内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Kerap menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。 ずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head & Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head & Shoulders. Dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Yo, lebatkan harimu dengan 100 plus 0. Cuba, try, taste 100 plus 0. Hey.
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
とは俺に任せてもらった4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じてる
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Trofi MPL Malaysia, dia adalah simbol untuk tunjuk kejayaan satu pasukan. Dia membina legasi. Mana-mana gaming house I pergi, they proudly display their trophy because they know what that trophy means to them as a team.
There's quite a few champion moments that I can't forget for sure. When Homeboys won their very first championship, that was a very pivotal moment because Homeboys has never really gotten to that length of the tournament.
Rasanya trofi season 12 tu betul-betul bermakna untuk saya lah. Last saya dapat trofi tu season 3. So saya tunggu lama lah untuk pegang trofi tu. Season 3 saya menang atas usaha yang kuat. So bila first kemenangan tu rasa macam tak percaya. But then bila season 12 tu menunjukkan konsistensi kot saya dalam scene ni. Saya cuba banyak kali. Cuma fail juga. But then tiba-tiba season 12 miracle happen lah.
Season yang saya tak boleh lupakan is season 9 sebab itu first time saya champion. Dan saya dapat MVP pada season tu lah.
Masa Grand Final season 9, saya ada teman Momo sebab dia gunakan sniper. Tapi sekarang saya baru sedar yang kita orang dua tak communicate dan saya pun nervous jugalah. So yeah, sorry Momo.
SRG did it so handedly as well. Haven't had like champions who've dominated that hard in quite some time.
Time season 13 bermula, Maria from WTM datang interview saya dekat sekolah saya and saya ada cakap saya boleh kalahkan Chibi or being better than him, then it's just come true lah what I said.
Honestly, I nampak the new design for the trophy is very nice. For me, trophy baru ni adalah signal kepada semua pasukan that kita kena tinggalkan cara yang lama and start bergerak dengan cara yang baru. Disebabkan kita dah nampak usaha berkali-kali, hanya SRG je yang betul-betul boleh bawa nama Malaysia dekat international. So pastikan you come very prepared. Hopefully dengan trofi baru kita pun akan nampak banyak player baru ataupun organisation baru yang boleh step up and wakil Malaysia dekat international.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Hello guys, so for today I'm going to rate MPL one more. Hello guys, so for today I'm going to rate top goal laners from MPL MY. So first is Kusei. Because I think he's the one who's carrying their team and he's being consistent on his role.
Kusei saya letak dekat B lah, B. So ada Mel QT, saya letak S.
Biasa-biasa S. Because they're just a new team but their gameplay is kinda great, so I think S.
So kita ada Lolial, saya letak C.
Hey, because when I'm watching their ISF, when they won, I think you just really need to have some good teammates that can help him carry the game.
Lepas tu kita ada Super Z, saya letak A. Sebab dia selalu gendong-gendong.
Sky Z. Oh, okay, I remember. Because he got savage. That's why I put him at S+.
Ada Innocent, the one and only, letak atas ni.
Innocent kita letak dekat sini lah. So dia God, kita letak ada S.
Me? F. Getting carried by teammates.
Lepas tu ada Trap. Saya letak Trap dekat A juga. Sebab Trap dengan SkyZ sama. Diorang selalu gendong tim diorang.
Trap. Because he wants to solo kill me, so I'll put him at S+.
Aduh, Trap ni dia kawan aku lah. Kita orang rapat. Sorry lah, Trap. F. SZ, hari tu lawan 2-1, saya letak F lah. Lolial, 2-0, saya letak F ke A, F. Kusei, 2-0, okay, 2-0, F ke A.
Let's Presco, saya letak B.
B for now. Because their team kinda underperformed since last 2 seasons.
Nets, F.
Shaheen, saya letak dekat B.
B. Because I watch his highlights, his solo kill DRit. Thumbs up.
Shaheen pun F. Okay, nampaknya semua kita letak F.
So ada sekali saya. Saya mungkin duduk sebelah Innocent.
Huh?
Rough. This one, good kid, good kid. So I'll just put him in A.
Rough kita belum lawan guys. So kita letak dia dekat E dulu lah, E dulu. Sebab kita tak tahu, mungkin kita kalah. Last, me, myself and I, kita letak dekat D lah. Janganlah kita letak sini lah. Kita tak tahu lawan Raf macam mana. So kita sebanding dengan Raf dulu lah. Obi mana Obi? Obi tak ada?
Okay, itu saja from saya. MB Raf, bye. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Hello guys, so for today I'm going to rate MPL one more. Hello guys, so for today I'm going to rate top goal laners from MPL MY. So first is Kusei. Because I think he's the one who's carrying their team and he's being consistent on his role.
Kusei saya letak dekat B lah, B. So ada Mel QT, saya letak S.
Biasa-biasa S. Because they're just a new team but their gameplay is kinda great, so I think S.
So kita ada Lolial, saya letak C.
Hey, because when I'm watching their ISF, when they won, I think you just really need to have some good teammates that can help him carry the game.
Lepas tu kita ada Super Z, saya letak A. Sebab dia selalu gendong-gendong.
Sky Z. Oh, okay, I remember. Because he got savage. That's why I put him at S+.
Ada Innocent, the one and only, letak atas ni.
Innocent kita letak dekat sini lah. So dia God, kita letak ada S.
Me? F. Getting carried by teammates.
Lepas tu ada Trap. Saya letak Trap dekat A juga. Sebab Trap dengan SkyZ sama. Diorang selalu gendong tim diorang.
Trap. Because he wants to solo kill me, so I'll put him at S+.
Aduh, Trap ni dia kawan aku lah. Kita orang rapat. Sorry lah, Trap. F. SZ, hari tu lawan 2-1, saya letak F lah. Lolial, 2-0, saya letak F ke A, F. Kusei, 2-0, okay, 2-0, F ke A.
Let's Presco, saya letak B.
B for now. Because their team kinda underperformed since last 2 seasons.
Nets, F.
Shaheen, saya letak dekat B.
B. Because I watch his highlights, his solo kill dia it. Thumbs up.
Syahin pun F. Okay, nampaknya semua kita letak F.
So ada sekali saya mungkin duduk sebelah innocent.
Rough. This one, good kid. So I'll just put him in A.
Raf kita belum lawan guys. So kita letak dia dekat A dulu lah, A dulu. Sebab kita tak tahu, mungkin kita kalah. Last me, myself and I kita letak dekat D lah. Janganlah kita letak sini lah. Kita tak tahu lawan Raf macam mana. So kita sebanding dengan Raf dulu lah. Obi mana Obi? Obi tak ada?
Okay, itu saja from saya. MB Raf, bye. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Rundung terpaksa, api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me hear you say.
Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix GT30 Pro. Are you ready to carry like a pro? The ultimate gaming smartphone is finally here. Introducing the GT30 Pro. Equipped with all-day full FPS system, you'll experience zero frame drops, just pure, smooth, stable gameplay all day long. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 5G chipset. It's fast, efficient, and ready for your most intense gaming sessions. And with the GT trigger, you get pro-level shortcuts. Buy items fast, check the scoreboard instantly, and pull off clean combos like you've never before. Get yours now, because every purchase comes with a free mag charge cooler and mag case, while stocks last. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends Esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways, green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rapamuda, MESF, PSM.
Welcome back, everybody, to the English broadcast of the MPL MY Season 15. The regular season is about to come to its end. Our final best of 3 to end it all before we head on over to the playoffs and find out who is going to be representing Malaysia for MSC EWC. My name is Getting Cute. This is Husky. Going to be catching all the action with you here at the desk. Lively crowd here for our very final day. The parade is walking by here, so come on over to Stadium Juara to experience the action. One more win for SRG to finish unbeaten.
Yeah, unbeaten in this regular season, almost replicating their run in Season 13 where they didn't drop a single game. Well, this season they did against Aero, but still, unbeaten record in series is still a very amazing feat. For 3 seasons in a row, they have dominated and crushed the regular season without any competition. And I think Season 15 is SRG at their strongest comparatively if you compare to 13 and 14.
13 and 14? I don't know. Our run at EWC MSC 2024 was kind of good. That's just me personally. The meta has changed and a lot has switched around. But the things that are, well, a little more consistent, you can trust in Head & Shoulders. Up to 100% dandruff-free plus itch protection. And don't forget, it goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch, especially on your scalp. It can be very difficult to apply sometimes, and that's why Head & Shoulders has made it easy for you guys. Keep in mind, this is dermatologically tested to make sure that your skin is on your head is going to be A-okay.
Yeah, get rid of the dandruffs, like how you check the bushes in MLBB. You don't want to leave any scalp cracks unturned.
If you got cracks in your scalp, you got to get that checked up. But if there's, well, dandruff, got to get that out of there. Flush it out, swap it out as soon as possible. Now, for our upcoming game, SRG OG Esports, this is a tough game, especially if you're in team race position. You're looking at this and you're like, dang, why do these guys have to be at the end?
Why did they have to be the last one, right?
Yeah.
We really made it easy for SRG OG, but the complete opposite for Team Ray, which is a team that played majority of their games at the start of the season, in the first half of the season, right? They went to the gauntlet and they realized that playoffs lines on the line, and then play one more week and realized that playoffs is no longer within reach. They had to play for the at least 7th and 8th. They managed to do so, right? Even if they tie with JP Niners, if at the end of the day by losing the series, they still win in aggregate points. Team Ray is safe. They have secured their slot for the next season once more, just like how they did in the past season, finishing 8th place, just on the edge.
Team Ray is slowly building up. They've kept a roster to make sure that they can slowly build up these players into somewhat superstars, right? Trap getting close to that, but can't reach that stardom just yet. It feels like he's just missing that X factor at the end. We thought he had that X factor at the beginning of the season, but then when you start comparing it to everybody else, they just have the clutch factor that overshadows it. Eevee has been a staple, of course. Virgie has been extremely impressive, I'm not going to lie. He's been very impressive for this team, giving them a style of early gameplay that we weren't expecting from Team Ray. Since last season, it was all about sticking as 5 and playing that Ube.
Yeah, that Ube strat that does not revolve any enchanted supports, but more but involving pickoff kind of support, right? Again, Jawhead was one of the biggest picks for Virgie in the last season. And we always say, if the first 5 minutes don't work out, if the level 3 jungle invade fails, the entire game completely collapses. But this season, they have, like you mentioned, refined everything. And I do want to see them keep on doing with this, right? They brought in Dinesh into the main lineup, and that was also a point of discussion when we closed out yesterday's show, where we felt like whether it's Dinesh or whether it's AJ, that mid lane X factor is not there.
Yeah, that mid lane X factor isn't there, and unfortunately, they're not big enough pillars to be able to kind of support the whole foundation of this, which is one of the key pain points for Team Ray. We've seen in the earlier season, they didn't even get to play in the Kimmy meta just yet. They dabbled here and there a couple of games, but not like full-on games.
Yeah, it's a very tough spot for them to be in too. And then you look at the conquerors of MPL MY across 3 seasons. 13 was the first trophy for them, and then 14 they got the second one, and now 15 they're looking for the third one.
I mean, they're doing better than season 14 for sure. Unfortunately, our M6 run, not bad. 3rd place, you know, finishing off where kind of where we left off since M1. I mean, that's technically 3rd and 4th, not a definitive 3rd, but even so, we're getting to that point. SRG OG Esports is the only team that has eluded the win the entire regular season, perfect score even, and then winning playoffs immediately after. We've had so many teams do something similar, but never getting that playoffs and championship title at the end.
And when they first achieved it in Season 13, it was just the most impressive thing, right? 100% win rate in regular season, and then they didn't even drop a single series in the playoffs. They've dropped games, of course, in the grand finals, but they went straight to the upper brackets and clean sweep the entire playoffs, essentially just doing a full 100% completionist run in MPL MY.
Oh yeah, they've definitely got the achievements back to back to back. It is tough. It's tough to argue that they're not the best team because, again, they clearly are here in MPL MY. But against the world is where we're most curious about, right? How are they going to continue to adapt? Because it felt like so far, based on what we've seen in the regular season, they haven't really been pushed to the edge. And when they do, they challenge themselves. They're not like, we're going to bring out a new strat to completely counter it. We're going to do the exact same thing, in a matter of fact, and really focus down on our execution.
And they overcame that. Aero was a very good testing ground, right? They were like, okay, Heizo Hayabusa is a big problem. Sakai's was getting gap. Don't worry, we'll do the exact same thing, but this time we will adjust on our end and overcome that obstacle, which they did, which gave them that series win. And I think SRG is a very good story. We saw them at the highest of highs, right? Season 13, perfect run to the regular season, and then winning MSC afterwards. Then coming into Season 14, very shaky, going to M6, almost getting grouped by CFU at the very end, and still finishing 3rd, even though it was a 0-3 lose to TLID. And then SPS, during the off-season, that's where SRG was at their shakiest.
Hey, that's why we're pretty close with Cambodia, right? Our brothers in arms. If it wasn't us, it was going to be them, right?
Yep.
One or the other. Either way, let's look at the lineup for our champions here of MPL MY. It is Selangor Red Giants OG Esports with Innocent, Yums, Stormy, Sakai's, and Cram.
And no roster has stuck together, or at least very few rosters have stuck together for such a long period like SRG OG. Right? Sakai is the only person from the OG Red Giants roster who is still in this current rendition, but they have obviously found the perfect fit with the rest of the squad. The slightly imports kind of changed the game for a lot of our local teams, changed our perspective in how local teams should view imports.
Yeah, I think that, you know, they've really cracked the code down. I think Coach Arcadia has definitely implemented everything that he was looking to do in those past 2 years. Because let's remember, right, in those 4 seasons, it's not necessarily like they found success. It has been 3 years since he has been with Selangor Red Giants, and the first 2 didn't exactly get championship runs. In comparison to Team Ray, they're still in that building process, relatively new to the MPL, but still having players. This time around, actually, wow! They have Trap, Virgie, Dinesh, Lazir, but they're finally fielding Iris one more time here on the final series.
Yeah, one last ride for Iris. First time we saw him, I believe it was his 2nd series in the regular season, and we can clearly see that this meta does not favor him at all. Very, very uncomfortable playstyle. Arled, he's into the Terizla. If not, you go for the safest pick, which is the Hilda, which in turn causes the limitations of hero pool. But let's see if those extra 4 weeks that he has on the bench has given him extra confidence.
Yeah, I would like to see, you know, the Vendettas come into play. I would like to see the Mashas come into play as well. These are the styles that, again, Iris is a little more comfortable with. We've seen him play both, actually, in previous seasons. But, I mean, it's up to them, right? Team Ray's got to put everything on the board, put a benchmark showing against SRG OG Esports. It's a tall call, but one that if they're able to take the game, that'd be impressive. With that being said, let's bring them out. conquering and crushing every team in the regular season. 3 seasons in a row. Now, they march forward with one mission: to lift their 3rd trophy and defend the MSC crown. Ladies and gentlemen, bow before the conquerors of MPL Malaysia, Selangor Red Giants OG Esports.
Finishing in the same spot as their last season. Once again, they've secured their spot for the next season, and the hunt for their first title continues. Can they close out their final match against SRG OG with a victory? Please welcome Team Ray!
Introducing the coaching staff of the 2 teams and the head of League Ops Franklin that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. From the side of Selangor Red Giants OG Esports, it's Coach Arcadia and as well as Azora Vecchi. From the side of Team Ray, it is Coach Ars and Sinhan.
Let's keep this going with fist bumps between the team, and armbands will be given out and worn by both team captains who will lead the team's movements and strategies in the game. This is a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. Ini gaya kita. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. This is MPL Malaysia.
Good luck to both of our squads as they arm themselves with the best phones possible, weaponry, as well as the brains and the brawn as they suit up in their battle stations before they head on over into the Land of Dawn. First pick selection will fall into the hands of SRG OG Esports with a win rate of 90%.
Could have been 100 if not for Aero, but still mad impressive. 90% win rate on blue side, considering that this is, they've played what, 17 games total, right? This is the 18 games. So very good distribution for both sides, and I want to see what Stormy has to say.
Yeah, let's look at what Stormy has to say. In terms of quotes, we got a bit of a chit-chat with Stormy. He says, we're already started training for playoffs. We're hoping to meet Aero so we can take back our clean sweep. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, Aero was the first team that SRG OG limit tested against. We were all waiting for Homeboys to be that contender, right? We saw what Aero was capable of, and we were thinking to ourselves, what if Homeboys step up with how good they were performing? And then it was a blowout. SRG OG just completely demolished Homeboys. And I can understand the sentiment. Aero drew blood from SRG OG. They pushed them to the limits. They woke them up a little bit, you know, shaking them up. Now Stormy wants revenge.
I mean, here's the thing, right? This is against a Hazel Aero lineup. And so far, when we come back into the playoffs, I'm hoping that Hazel is going to try and come back to look for an EWC spot with a Malaysian team. Obviously, I'm looking at RRQ and it's like, man, Sutsujin is a pretty harsh standard to like kind of get by, but who knows? The meta might change and things might change as well. Let's look at the quote coming in specifically from team captain Trap, the goal laner for Team Ray. I'm disappointed that our placements didn't improve from this season. For next season, there may be changes within the team. My hope is to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, I can completely relate to that, right? A lot of times we see a team with potential, they finish poorly in one season, we hope that they stay together for another year. Sort of like what I feel for RRQ Hoshi when they got eliminated by SRG OG on the M6 World Stage. I was like, this team, maybe they should try for another season. Obviously, Skylar ended up not being sought for Toy, but the majority of the roster is still the same. But if you've gone through one full year and you feel like there's no improvement, I think change might be necessary.
Yeah, I think, 2 years is a very good indicator of whether or not this team has hit its ceiling. And I think for SRG OG Esports, with the earlier iterations of their roster, same problem, right? They had some young guns, really talented players, and they understood very quickly, hey, if it's your decision to leave, we're going to be looking for other people, but at the same time, you need to fit the criteria, and then we need to figure out where the ceiling was.
Yeah, you got to fight for your spot, right? Like, you might be winning championships for us, but you have to constantly earn that spot. And that's why the criteria to addition to try out for SRG OG is so high.
Yeah.
Every single row. Coach Arcadia is not messing around.
He hasn't. I mean, he's coached World Championship teams before. He's going to keep on doing it until, well, God knows when, honestly. He says, like, I don't know, I was planning on retiring, and then he joins SRG, and now it's like, oh, well, I guess you're not going out anytime soon.
Yeah, it sounds like Yums as well. I was planning on taking a break, and then Arcadia...
and then Arcadia convinced me, and it's like, this is a World Championship.
And then suddenly I won a season, and then I won MSC, you know. Falls into place.
Falls into place. All roads lead to the world stage. Now, Coach Arcadia already with the Fredrin ban on top of the Harith ban. Interesting turn of priorities here. I was expecting Chip very early on. Kimmy, wow.
Wow. Coach Arcadia is one of the few coaches that is really kind of locking down the Fredrin. I think maybe Homeboys show a lot of the cards of how much potential Fredrin has, and Coach Arcadia never really tried to dabble with it, right? At least not for his own team. Decides that it's better off that they stick to their playbook, which is most of the guys on more assassin-oriented heroes. Alpha doesn't really work as well in this meta, so might as well just eliminate that from the option.
Well, I think honestly, Alpha might make its return, especially if Fredrin is going to be the more prio pick over Boxia, right? I think there's still that argument here when we're looking back at the tank meta jungle. It is just Boxia into Fredrin. And the only other fighter that technically kind of fits the build for the early game is Bardis. So we don't know whether or not we're going to be shifting back into it. However, Coach Arcadia has already locked in the Kalia for himself, betting out the Kimmy, the Harith, the Fredrin. Ours has decided on Joy, the Chip, and as well as the Fanny.
Hard options that Coach Ars needs to make, right? You see the Kimmy getting banned out, but then you think to yourself, do I want to give a Kalia or maybe like a Joy? So banning out the Sakai's Joy is a pretty smart choice. Now, the usual response is a Gatop +1, or maybe you could go for Phovis +1, but Team Ray, they go for entirely different direction, taking the Zusin Baxia.
I'm actually okay with this. Baxia and as well as Jushin work really well together. Obviously, Hylos would be the most preferable one because not only can you buff your teammates in terms of movement speed with the Glorious Pathway, but you always have an innate stun to allow Jushin to get the first pickup. Baxia kind of works in a similar manner, except he slows you. So technically, a little bit of both, a good in-betweener and a nice way to deal with the early game of Kalia's healing sustain.
That means Team Ray, they need to look for jungler and gold laner with a lot more damage output, right? Zusin and Baxia don't really hit as hard, especially for Zusin. You're more using her more for the utility. I'm looking at someone like a Granger at this point. Now the Harith is out. Maybe the Irithel or the Beatrix could be an option, which SRG OG could actually consider. But we've seen them not really prioritize the Beatrix as much, right? They got the Farsa to make up for it.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to wait until the second phase to see what they actually want, right? Because the Hayabusa and as well as the Farsa, great pair-ups with Kalia with her pick-off potential, plenty of damage to actually start cutting through. However, if Team Ray is able to get ahead enough, then you can see that the priority list is going to change. The Boxia is not going to be as good as it used to be when you're not scaling it on par with SRG. So, in the second phase, hopefully we're going to see some marksman bans. I would hope to give us some direction, but it looks like they've already locked in the Suyo for themselves. So this is what the jungle matchup is going to look like.
Time to go into dig deep into the marksman pool. Now, Trap did say that he wanted to solo kill Innocent at least once. And I think if he managed to do that, at least it's a good record, you know, to close out the season. Both teams will not tap into the gold lane pool. I'm looking at Moskov as being one of the primary options for maybe Team Ray to ban out, unless Trap wants it. But he also has that signature 1-1, right? That he has always been playing, even to varying degrees of success.
I think 1-1 here isn't too bad. Let's see whether Coach Arcadia actually respects it or Innocent is feeling up for the challenge to play into it. We've seen the matchups that 1-1 has to play into. Oh! Ours is the one who decides to get rid of the 1-1.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, we've seen many times where ours is leaning into picking up 1-1 for themselves when your opponents are playing Jushin or arguably even the Fredrin, things like that.
Yeah, but I guess in this case, because Team Ray is running by Baxia, right? They don't want Innocent to just casually get a crossbow hang off. The target is on the side of SRG OG so far. Not the easiest one for 1-1 to play against.
Oh boy. With that being said though, alright, so with those three picks in mind, do they want to double down on the damage or do they want to be able to kind of forcefully push the lane if you're in Coach Arcadia's position?
And they still have a Cramphovius, Hilda, we haven't seen that in quite a while.
Hilda's like kind of okay, but when you're up against Baxia and Zushin, you are hard countered in these sections.
There's a glue still. Now that I think about it, they don't really have a solution for glue. You can't pick Faramis anymore. There is obviously carry, but if SRG OG bans the carry, then it's an indicator that they might consider the glue. But they also have to think about whether Team Ray considers that, right? Because Boxer is still a flex.
Boxer is quite the flex. Did you know that Tramp once played with SRG in Season 11? Same venue, same stage, but he went by Civ at the time. It makes you wonder, is that why he's been gunning for a solo kill on Innocent? This is Season 11, by the way.
The Innocent Innocent didn't steal his role. You know who did? Super Red.
Super Red! Man, I wonder how he's doing. He's such a cool kid.
Yeah, I think he went back to the... Was it the Philippines? I think he's traveling.
Yeah.
But like, even Pancake, right? Pancake's like Mr. Worldwide.
He literally is Mr. Worldwide. All right, the carry. Good catch by Ars here. He notices that the glue is going to go untouched. Now that they've locked in their mage, there's kind of no counter to it. And you just have to play for the raw peel or have true damage, well, max health HP damage. That should be enough to deter it. Coach Arcadia, on the other hand, now he's got to think about this. Do I get rid of the glue? And I think it might be worthwhile.
So they do ban the Jawhead. Mad respect to Virgie. Mad respect to Virgie's Jawhead.
Okay.
That being said, if glue goes over the Team Ray, SRG OG, they have another choice, which is the Granger. Sky Piercer picker. Granger now gets taken away. So Team Ray have a solution to a possible glue.
Okay, I'm thinking Beatrix is going to get locked in here. Double down on the damage. Could go for the glue for yourself, but what is the real purpose of it, right?
Or go Phobius here, right?
Yeah, or Phobius. I think both are pretty decent. Generally, it depends on what Cram is feeling. I think he'll lean more into the Phobius than the glue itself, but who knows? All right, he chooses the glue. That's fine.
Good enough.
Now, the Marksman, still a big question mark here. Technically, they could go for an Ixia if they wanted to. That would be like, you know, wilding out. You know?
They could. They play Clint, right? But I think Beatrix makes the most sense. No, they go for Bruno instead.
Hey, guess somebody's been watching the EWC MSC qualifiers for Japan.
Ah, yes. Bruno hits hard.
Bruno
hasn't had the best win rate so far, you know. Did he play Bruno against Aero too? Did he?
I think so.
I can't remember.
It's slipping my mind right now.
It's very less. I know Loliel played Bruno's.
For sure. For sure he played Loliel definitely played it. And now, final pick here, going over for Team Ray, gonna be Hilda.
I thought it was Masha voice line. I mean, Hilda very standard.
I think it's like alright. I mean, you're up against the Hayabusa. This is one of the few games where it makes sense, where Farsa is threatened by you in the early game. You can tank a good amount of Feather Airstrikes. You can tank a good amount of Ugi Shadow Kill shots. The only problem is when they have started to scale, you start to lose relevance. So Team Ray, they've got to make the most out of the situation, especially from minute 1 all the way to roughly about minute 8.
Yeah, and for Team Ray, the positions on the standings will not be affected. Anyways, there's really nothing much to lose except for a bit of pride. Just, you know, go out with a blaze. This is... They have admitted even last week's interview, this is the hardest game that they would have to play, but let's see what they got.
Yeah, but right now, Dinesh has a lot of work on the Jushin. Needs to keep Stormy in place, but needs to stay alive so that Skies doesn't kill him. If not, Iris and as well as Virgie will be able to open up the map so easily for the squad for the first 6 minutes of the game. So that's their timings. 6 minutes with an end timer of 8 minutes.
Let's jump into game number 1 of this final best of 3 in the regular season. SRG OG Esports against Team Ray. SRG on the blue side, Team Ray on red. And I'm looking at that Cram and Iris interaction, right? Sure, the Hilda clears way pretty fast. You can move first compared to the glue. But in these fights, if the glue manages to get to your backline, Iris doesn't get the luxury to peel him off.
Yeah, that's the worst part about it, right? Like, Glue doesn't mind taking a bit of damage here, and more importantly, Cram just wants to keep Iris in check. That's why he's focusing purely on trading against him. He's not going to outpush him, right? He's got him pure rage.
No, Stormy actually gets caught. Forced to use the flicker. Team Ray is still thinking about the chase. A good stun stop Lazir, and now Sekai is in the vicinity. Lazir will back off. Sekai goes in. The shadow was sticking on the Lazir, but the damage was not enough.
Yeah, it's going to be Revitalize coming in from Virgie. I'm surprised that Iris decided to go with Purify this time round. Try to keep making sure that in the later stages of the game, he doesn't die. Oh my god.
Weak mid. This time on the Yums. Okay, also flickers away. Fortunately, no lift from Dinesh. Team Ray. Again, this is the aggression that we know from them.
Yeah, they've got 2 battle spells out of it. Cram has denied 2 minions away from Iris in the meantime. Oh.
Shadow kill. The roll on the Lazir. The Shuriken's out of range. Sekai is not able to get the first blood. Dinesh now will be in danger. Stormy zoned away by Virgie. Man, both teams trading back and forth.
So far, these small interactions, Team Ray is only losing ever so slightly in EXP. And just a slight bit of gold, right? They're not essentially getting the big profit we were looking for, but this is the type of aggression, right? from Team Ray against SRG. Get their battle spells out. This upcoming turtle, Yums and Stormy are very vulnerable, knowing that Sakai's has already used the Oki Shadow Kill. This gives Ray a lot of confidence walking up for the fight.
Ideally, they want to play for the cooldown of the Shadow Kill. Cram and Iris both will just try to shove up the wave as fast as they can to join the turtle fight. It's going to be a wet noodle fight for a while. There you go, both hit level 4.
Iris could look to open up the map here as Yums is going to start the turtle to force it to reset to buy a little bit of extra time for Sakai, who's currently level 5 to jump in.
They're trying to jump onto Sakai, divert to Stormy, who does not have the flicker, so first blood will be grabbed by Team Ray, but they got Crab onto the target. Lerziers are going down. Sakai gets the first turtle of the game. Team Ray wants to go for a retreat, but Virgie gets dragged back, pops to revitalize again as it comes off cooldown, but unfortunately gets grabbed into the air by the title strike. 2 kills for SRGOG.
Impossible to kill Yums and as well as Cram when they're working together like that. They just don't have the anti-heal for it. Team Ray, Lazier, a bit early on that retribution call, thinking that Sakai's was going to go for a quick tap, inevitably gets out-retried there. Still, it works out in the favor of SRG OG Esports. They have 2 kills in the bag, and they are 1.2k ahead.
Got the airstrike, Virgie insanely low and picked up by Stormy.
Great chemistry. Great chemistry coming in from SRG. They are designating these kills over to Sakai's.
Yeah, Dinesh has to use the Crimson Beacon, but Stormy flickers away. Cram is having a lot of fun every time. Oh, there it is. M6 vibes.
M6 vibes all over again.
Yeah, actually, ooh, that was a dangerous move to play. Sakai now knows there's not much cooldown. He's going to take his time. Now goes into Kamui Shadow Kill, immobilizing Lazier thanks to Cram. Lazier goes down again. Now Cram, he's on a trap, and trap is, no pun intended, trap. Double kill for Cram. They want to lift him back into the tier 2, but Cram is walking away. But still very durable with Yums around. Virgie sticking on to him with the wheel. And Cram finally drops, but Innocent joins the fight. A couple of shots to the face. Virgie still tanking it up. And Innocent finally claims the kill. And Iris will be forced to run away. Rooted down by a little bit. Innocent starting tackle forward. 1, 2, 3. Crit shutdown on the Hilda.
That's a double kill for Innocent, and this game is now out of the hands of Team Ray. These small interactions, this staggered fight that SRG has facilitated against Team Ray, allowing every one of their members to rotate to participate in the war. Team Ray, at this point, Lazier is down a level, not that big of a deal. He can still come back as the Suyo. He's going aggressive, trying to steal some camps back to even out that score, but it's going to take some time. Iris, he's picked up 3 kills, all 3 of the kills in this game so far. And let's see whether that relevance is going to be enough. We'll have to check his build in just a little bit.
That's the unfortunate part, right? He got majority of the network, but he got shut down by Innocent too. Dinesh eats the Shadow Kill, and roll on the Virgie, absorb. The Dinesh walks away.
Right now, SRG OG Esports understands that they can play these fights really, really slow. Their ults seem to be a lot better in terms of just raw burst compared to Team Ray. And if they're able to chunk out their members, they must fight as 5. If they don't have one of their members, they significantly fall off in power in comparison to SRG OG Esports, who can play this war of attrition.
Cram is willing to do this forever.
Are you having fun, Virgie? Is this fun for you, sir?
Oh, you want to roll? Let me stop you.
Let me just put a stop to that. Put some glue between the wheels. God, that sounds terrible. Someone just messes with your car by putting glue underneath your tires. Jeez. How dirty do you have to be? Even so, Iris is still trying to make this lead somewhat even for SRG OG Esports. They've already claimed they've traded it 1-for-1 in terms of powers. But the next fight's here.
They don't commit the Tsunami Slam just yet, but Dinesh is dead, straight up. This is rolled by the Shadow Kill. Lazier is too late to the party. Trap, he's dealing 0 damage to Cram. Cram can do this forever. They do control Iris. Cram basically just sandbagging everyone, even a 3-man immobilization, and still has half his health bar.
He's such a... I hate glue players. Hate glue players. Just the worst. It's such a good hero. Especially when you go uncontested, and nobody can really peel you off. Like, what are you supposed to do against this guy?
Nothing. Even as a roamer, recent trauma.
Recent trauma. Hey, he was playing support, to be fair.
Yeah, and then he is functioning like he's an XP glue. Molten core, you know.
Which makes me wonder, is he gonna go for Thunderbelt this game because of how like in his face he is? He's honestly, he's playing like a diggy egg right now. Pure vision, mildly annoying. Oh, what?
And the roll!
What?
There are 4 people trying to share the burden, and still Lazier dies.
How? Why is some guy so good on? Well, I can't even chalk it up to like, oh, he's so good. It's just RNG.
Yeah, and Innocent just ran down 1 lane.
Oh no, right now Team Ray, they're too close together. They don't have the individual members winning enough in their own lanes to go for a side lane push to kind of handle what SRG OG Esports is doing. Because right now, they're not really faking out Team Ray, but they have their peripheral vision activated.
Tidals right into a Tsunami Slam. It's going to force out the Purify from Dinesh. No feather airstrike. They get the stun onto Virgie. He's not as durable as he was a couple minutes ago. Innocent with a killing spree.
Blasted. No, unfortunately, at this point, the anti-heals are starting to come in for the side of SRG OG Esports. No Revitalize from Virgie even to survive. Not to even forget that he didn't even use his Totoi's Poissons to keep himself at least minimize the amount of damage he's actually going to take.
Yeah, realizing that there was no getting out of that. And Iris's effectiveness is almost negated to 0, right? Like, he opens up the map, sure, but there's no conversion from the rest of the team. We're looking at a 5.2k goal lead as we approach the 8-minute mark.
Oh,
Stormy himself is opening up the map.
Yeah, I mean, he knows he's got the Wings by Wings. He's also got Flicker active.
Cram purposely takes that. Finally has to use the Flicker. You know, Team Ray making him sweat a little bit.
But they've got an angle here, right? They want to completely zone them out from where the turtle actually is. While Sagais gets a push on that front side, if he gets Dinesh here, that'd be ideal. Woo!
Boy, he's thinking about it. Meanwhile, Iris, he's just doing his best. Keep Cram away from the rest of the team. Man, how is Cram full health? He was half health like half a minute ago.
Right? He's literally just like, I go to a camp, I heal back up, I walk back in, glue things.
And after reworking the model of Blue now I hate him even more. Look at this disgusting thing.
Little alien boy, little. I mean, to be fair, the new Lilo and Stitch movie is coming out, the live action one. I mean, that's Stitch right there.
That's Stitch. Then just gets rolled, tries to use the Beetle, and still dies. I think he would have died regardless with the amount of stacks on him.
Wow!
Virgie takes Cram on the right. Oh, look at this.
You see me rolling. Oh my goodness, can he miss a single slap? Jeez, dude. Cram is making some insane predictions here. At any moment, Virgie could just like turn back.
Yeah.
But he catches him right as he jumps, so he's animation locked in place.
He passed physics class. Inertia is the thing, you know. Newton's first law.
Wow!
Oh, here we go. This time on to Iris. Every time a target dies, he goes on a 5-second cooldown for grab.
But this time, at least he has to wait for full duration. He hopped off early, understood that Iris had Purify, and more importantly, they didn't have enough damage to chunk through all that health now that he has the anti-cuirass. Regardless, this slow impending doom is, oh my goodness.
Oh, so guys.
He tried. He got very close.
Very close. Man, I forgot that they had a Lord at one point.
Yeah.
Slow pushing.
It's just they're winning on every single front. No lane has lost. Trap hasn't been able to do much against Innocent, who's playing safe. And I mean, a lot of this game is the driving force behind it is from Stormy and even Sagais with or without the Tsunami Slam.
And thanks to Innocent taking out the tier 2 early in the bot lane, there's not even a holy defense. So this Lord just runs in. Lazir is busy dealing with the top wave. One more shot, almost got him. Innocent. 1, 2. That's almost Iris' health bar. Innocent is just playing with fire.
Yeah, he is really maxing out his distance here. Nobody can really do anything about him. He does way too much damage. And even for Dinesh, he needs to be at full life to maybe try and lift him up. But even then, he's got Flicker.
And one last concealed play. I'm not really sure if it's going to amount to anything. Virgie can freestyle with the wheels, can play Hot Wheels. But there's no entry point. They don't really have a hard engagement. Virgie, he's just taking shots. He's gone. Malefic Gun on Innocent. Yums cannot find a engaged range, but SRG will just wait it out.
Yep, and now Innocent, perfect max distance. He's already got that Malefic Run. The biggest problem we saw during the M6 qualifiers. Sorry, not qualifiers. Early play. Oh!
There we go. Flicker into a slam. And that should be game number 1. SRG OG just doing some cleanup job, some housekeeping. The minion waves taken care of pretty quickly. Innocent goes in. 1, 2, 3. Didn't get full crit, but Iris doesn't have the same luxury. He goes down. SRG OG. They can end the game, but why end the game when you can pat the KDA? There it is, game 1.
Game 1 done and dusted. You can see that this team is still well connected, despite having, like, honestly, a pretty awkward early game. A lot of resources down, but no deaths, right? And even when the deaths happened, the 2-for-1 trades were in favor of SRG.
Yeah. Even if you're in Team Ray's position, you know from the start, you are going to be bested, you know? Put up a good fight, but draft-wise, SRG OG, you don't really see the full effects of the draft until you go in the game and realize that it's too late.
Yep, it's way too late. very difficult to handle here. Honestly, a great game coming in from Sakaizen as well as Stormy despite the early game. I think Sakai's played it a lot better. He's just like, you can see it in his face. He's like, oh man, my KDA!
Oh, man, could have been perfect. You know, some of these shadows. He's gotten some pretty good rolls today.
Yeah, he has. But this team, above and beyond the rest for a reason, right? Precise and really coordinated teamwork.
Just too good.
For now, who knows? When we get to the internationals, I hope they can keep up a performance like this.
I personally, I think our MSC win and our M6 run was already very good, right, for 2024.
Oh, yeah.
I don't mind if we don't get the MSC trophy. Not that I don't want them to win. Obviously, I want us back-to-back, but if we don't get it, but we put up a good fight and we get bested by the international teams, I personally would be satisfied, right? I just want a good fight.
Oh yeah. I mean, they got, again, we've been seeing that the international stage, the margins have started to close down, and then Onyx decided to show up and be like, hey, no, we're just a cut above everybody else right now. But who knows? This time round, based on the regular seasons we've seen across the world, things could be shaken up here. Who knows? Who knows?
If Onyx PH breaks that curse that a Thirsty Eater team has never won an MPL championship, we are going to have a hard MSC.
It's going to be pretty difficult. Let's look at the backstage here for an MVP of the game. The most valuable player, it could be anybody, but it's going to be Sakai's, of course. Consistent gameplay, road to playoff, the Sky Prims, Yum's the GOAT. Okay. Kang Kong Prince.
Wow, really embracing the Sky Prince moniker, right? Had to earn it by taking down teams like Onyx ID and putting out one of the best performers on Link during the MSC stage. Now really living it up, 507 on the Hayabusa.
God, what a nasty game. He didn't bother going War Axe. It's just like full damage. All damage, me hurt.
Yeah, did any War Axe? Not really.
Some people like to go War Axe. They like to make the play. Oh, I get low, I ult, I come back at full health, and then I bugger off.
Yeah, but I think he's so far ahead. Like, it didn't really matter. If I find Dinesh, he's dead. If I find Lazir, he's dead.
He's a goner. I think at this point, now there should be consideration. If you're going to play this early game like the way that he did, maybe consider going into the Lucas, right? I think getting early game fights worked in the favor with this Baxia, right? But they didn't get that 2-for-1 that they were looking for initially.
I think that's why the Jawhead ban came out, because the Baxia, you could play in the XP lane and sure, it doesn't really do well into the glue, but you can always move first, which was what we saw from Cram when they play against Homeboys, when Homeboys took the glue away from them. And then if you add on the Jawhead, Virgie is going to be salivating.
Yeah, I mean, that way Virgie and as well as Lazir, Virgie is great at making sure that he can kind of make these super plays, right? What do they call it? The unstoppable force hits your target, but guess what? That's a secondary target. Not today, kid. Flicker onto somebody else and inject them over, right? I mean, plays like that has been pretty consistent with him. Lazir, on the other hand, unfortunately, did not have the same speed of clearing because of how efficient SRG OG Esports was. The staggered engages, the reinforcements that come in slowly. While that's happening and while people are, looking for their cooldown, Sakai's is already farming and stealing away camps at the same time.
I think one of the toughest things for Team Raid that they realized halfway into the game was that we can play this long fight, but only for the first 3 to 5 minutes. Once SRG OG starts getting some items, once Cram starts getting involved, these long fights gets worse and worse for them.
Doesn't become any easier. Unfortunately, the raw sustain is just a little too... Wait a minute. Glowing Wand. They only had one Glowing Wand there. No Dom Ices were able to be purchased, and not even the Halberd was even picked up either ways. So only one form of anti-heal, and that's why Dinesh is just getting targeted down by Sakai's.
He can't even walk up into the fight, right? He has to worry about Yums. Yums is still manageable, but Sakai's is the biggest threat. No amount of Purify can get him out of the shadow queue.
Yep. Gotta just pray, right? 16-3 the final score before the 11th minute as well. 10 minutes and 57 seconds. This slow mounting pressure that SRG OG Esports is known to doing. I'm just gonna outvalue you every single time. Every time we make contact, I'm gonna get a 2-for-1.
Yeah, almost a 2 kill per minute average. This is just an MPL MY. We like to fight.
We like to fight. We like to fight, sir. But even so, at least for the side of Team Ray, it's going to give them an idea of what SRG OG Esports wants to do for the drafting phase, at least.
Yeah, and I remember there was one of the broadcasts, I shared a sentiment of, I feel like as much as we say Trap hasn't really shined, which I agree, right? You compare to the rest of the gold laners in the regular season, but sometimes I look at the overall performance of Team Ray and I realize Trap, he has been dealt some pretty poor hands, right?
Oh yeah.
He's the one He's trying to get his farm, but the rest of the team couldn't really hold the game together long enough for him to come online.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he was coming up with 25,000, the highest damage on his team. Worst yet is that he had an okay laning phase against Innocent, right? It's just when those rotations are called and he's forced to actually join them, that's when it gets a little unfortunate, because SRG OG keeps winning these situations and then converting them into structures.
Yeah, and it's one of the few scenarios where you don't really need to put your resources into shutting down the gold lane. You shut down the chess pieces around the gold laners, and then they will eventually collapse. Obviously, Hall of Famers, most of them are SRG OG, except for the Sandbag.
Yeah, unfortunately, Iris was not able to get as much value as he wanted here. I think Cram played an okay laning phase, right? Just early trades, making sure that, like, honestly, it didn't really matter. They were sandbagging each other anyways. Fortunately, Iris was the one with Concussive Blast, so he's going to have a bit of a easier time clearing up that waves in the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, even then, when they both hit level 4 and started moving towards the turtle, Iris, sure, you got the jump on the Stormy, but then their whole backline died because Cram was able to get on top of them, right? And Iris's value is there's very limited value because you are also relying on that cooldown, but for Cram, he can do this for days.
Yep, he can just do it forever. Really, really frustrating to deal with the glue. Either or, right? When we look at the game highlights, as we see SRG OG play, you can see how precise they are. This is the very early interaction after the two flickers were burnt up. And during this turtle fight, then you realize, oh wait, actually we can't deal with Cram and Mewms sitting on top of each other. We just don't have that level of raw burst. The only person who could have done it is either Trap or Lazier, but Lazier is already dead.
Even Sakai showed up late, right? He showed up towards the end of the turtle take, got the objective, and just walked away with, with a few kills. And then Innocent started joining this fight. This fight very extended, but Innocent got involved and there was no one there to stop him. Again, the mana cost increase for the Lantern Flare for Drusin really starts to hurt when the fight drags on in the early stage.
Yeah, especially the early stages, right? It's very difficult to consistently pick up a person here. If not, the max you get is like 1, and then you have to kind of channel it even so. Oh, just look at this. Look at this. Animation locks every time he jumps. Predicted well by Cram every single time.
I believe that there is one jump that he pulled Virgie back after the jump.
I mean, there was no good angle to put the glue there. That's why he's like, my glue's over there. I got to get that reset. I might as well go for the pull in this case. But still, really impressive stuff overall.
Yeah, it's just SRG dominating. Could have ended the game. Look, they let the minions get some credit. Minions did the work for the win too. Even when they're having fun, they're showing us the higher echelons of gameplay.
I mean, it's just like playing an auto battler sometimes, right? You play at a high level for so long, and then you start playing normal games with all your friends, and then they're like, why are you sweating out? It's like, no, I'm not sweating out. These are just good habits that I formed playing at a high level.
I take Execute on Natalia.
I take Execute on Natalia is enough to kill me, dude. Oh my goodness. Oh, goodness. It is tough. I think that Team Ray has a huge mountain to climb here, but I think they need to double down on their early game plan. Guys, what do you think about it? You are watching from home. You're watching from Astro Arena. But more importantly, we can hear your voices through our social media. So please don't forget to follow the MPL MY social media pages now to stay updated with all the latest and exciting information about MPL MY. You can find various updates and info about the teams and the players there.
Not just that, you got side content pieces, a lot of things that you might have missed on the broadcast, a lot of behind the scenes. You want to see your favorite character, favorite player, show their personality and character. That's one of the platforms to go to as well.
Yep. With that being said, though, this is all building up to a huge momentous moment before the internationals. It is going to be the playoffs phase number 1. The tickets are going to be sold tonight, guys. Again, this is going to be a huge release. So, on the 25th of May, which is today, by the way, at 8 p.m. is when it's going to happen. Scan that QR code, get in line, be ahead of the crowd. Because again, I'm telling you, these crowds get pretty packed pretty fast.
Yeah, and if you guys are confused, you might have not gotten the memo. What is Phase 1? Well, essentially, Phase 1 is next weekend where we play the play-ins, and then we go to the upper bracket semis and upper bracket final. So we'll get rid of 2 teams for the play-ins next week, and then afterwards we get a 2-week break. Hari Raya Haji is coming as well, and then we continue with Phase 2, which tickets will be released at a later date.
Yep. With that being said, though, with that break, at least we're going to be able to see some of the some of the EWC qualifiers. Not qualifiers. I keep saying qualifiers. That's the wrong term. The EWC representatives being qualified across the world in that 2 weeks worth of time.
Yeah, we've already gotten INF Rage, I think, from Latam. We've gotten Zeta Division.
Zeta Division as
from,
well.
From Japan. We've gotten Seoul Esports from NA.
Yep, Seoul Esports from NA as well. Again, I would like to say most of these are recognizable names. I'm not going to lie. No idea. Except for Seoul, because they came originally from BTK, but the only difference of BP1.
Yeah, only difference is that. I remember Yotun is playing INF Rage.
Oh,
if anyone
yes.
remembers him. He played in SPS2, the recent Mobile Master.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Influence Rage was interesting. I don't know how much they've grown from the last time they played, because Latam has always been an interesting region where, again, a lot of these players, a lot of personality. Again, very fun to talk to. But at the same time, the MLBB gameplay has kind of stagnated within the region.
Yeah, they took games off of BTK, right? I think they kind of messed up BTK's stats during Mobile Master. Fun time. Not BTK, BTR.
BTR. Yeah, they did. Very fun times.
Very fun time.
With that being said, though, at least building up towards EWC, I am curious to know who is going to be coming out from specifically MPL China's side. And, of course, I do want to see Team Spirit all over again, but that's assuming that they're going to make it.
I personally, I mean, if you ask me last year, I wanted to see DFYG again, but the competition level has really got skyrocketed in China.
I mean, obviously with the MPL MY S15 exclusive merchandise, which is now on sale, by the way. I'm pretty sure China's a little jealous of us. They're like, more designs available at the MPL MY Arena merchandise booth. You can look like a Marshall today. They also have a TikTok shop. How could they?
Wow, look at this. What the Infinix GT30 Pro. Look at all these people.
Yeah, they know how to sell.
With the fancy stuff. Wow, okay. As if wearing it isn't enough. I'm not sure if the Chinese region is going to be jealous, by our merch. They have a hero that they got before everyone else.
Okay.
They have a new Lord model.
That's fair.
And I think like when the server dropped, when the server was released, if you rank up, like if you put in effort, you earn. There's incentive to earn when you play ranked dead. Hey, look,
what?
Chinese region is special, right? Like they have their own way. Yeah.
Like, is it like the Rising Open? Is that what? We'll get back into it. But first, let's look at the MPL Insider with Innocent. How do you see the meta for playoffs? And he said, I think teams will try more tank junglers, but I don't know because teams are still, banning Kimmy, so we're still in the old meta. How do you fight against utility jungles? Maximize your early game. In the late game, tanks are better than assassins, but tanks are slow at farming.
So we see that rock, paper, scissors interaction, right? Assassin, fast, but weaker late game. Tanks, pretty slow, but once they got that items, once they got their muscles, they can give a 1-2 knuckle sandwich.
I mean, here's the thing, right? I feel like coming into the internationals, we probably will see more tank junglers, but where would you personally place it? Because for me, I think that if you're trying to solve the problem of, they farm really, really slow, you get the draw ahead. But at the same time, they're also pretty immobile, with the exception of only Baxia, and in certain conditions where the team is only coming from your front, that's when it feels like, okay, he can get away from any situation with the Shield Unity.
Honestly, one of the junglers I wanted to see back in the jungle is Barat.
Really? Barats?
Yeah.
Barats is very impressive. I don't know whether I like that as much as Fredrin. I feel, actually, you know what?
Better think twice.
Yeah.
Fredrin is pretty annoying.
Fredrin is pretty annoying.
I mean, at least Baxia is Barat is a lot more immobile, right? If we say that a team has a Matilda Barat is more of Barat needs Matilda more than Fredrin needs Matilda.
That's fair. That is fair. At least Fredrin is able to kind of like dash out of the way, slowly peel their opponents in the middle of these fights. Okay. I take it back. I think Barat's might not be such a bad idea. However, it is a very snowball-oriented hero, right? I mean, even though they did change it to make sure that, you spawn, you have a little bit of your passive stats, but walking to like something that is hittable already is going to kind of mitigate the fact that you've spawned.
Yeah, you need like max stacks. Then the napalm is better, right?
Yeah.
You get some AoE slows.
Some actual value out of the hero.
Barat's XP was a thing too.
But it's so early game oriented.
It is.
Like walking to the turtle on the opposite side of the map and it's like, oh no, there's no mid wave. Oh no, there's also no Lethal Wanderer.
It's like, I hit level 4. I missed my first Daytona's welcome. We lose turtle. All right.
Then you're done for.
Yeah, then the lane is basically over.
All right, let's look at Team Ray up against SRG OG Esports. Currently Team Ray on blue side, going for the Fanny and as well as the Phoveus bands. On the opposite side, we see the Kimmy alongside with the Zushin bands from Coach Arcadia.
Also, Coach Arcadia is switching up the bans. I wonder if they are going to still consider the Fredrin 2 chip ban out by Team Ray.
I feel like Coach Arcadia wants to pick up a tank jungler for themselves.
Fredrin Matilda?
Maybe.
It is an option.
It doesn't seem too bad here. I mean, the chip is already gone. You give Kalia over to TR. Oh, wait, no! If you do that, then you're not going to have access to Gatot. Is that enough to deter the comp? I mean, they could go for Gatot EXP, but they miss it on first rotation.
Yeah, and no Kalea too. So now the first pick priority shifts. Joy is now open for the taking.
Okay.
It's an invitation. Does they want the Joy?
Ooh, dangerous. Very, very dangerous here.
You go Phoveus.
Phoveus is already banned by
Wait,
Coach
oh yeah.
Mars. Yeah.
Okay.
So he evens out. I think they're going to hold off on what their EXP is going to be picked unless they flex it.
Wow, Baxia first pick.
Really? Why such the priority on Baxia? It's not even like a guarantee that they're going to play something that has early sustain. Worse yet, is able to be punished by Baxia.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams, like at least locally, sees Baxia as a deterrent, right? Like either I pick Baxia into a good matchup, like, you know, high-lows got taught, or I pick Baxia to deter people from picking those heroes.
But that's the thing. That's like blind picking Valentina without seeing the Lucas on the opposite end.
Yeah, it was a good point that Sadafa brought up yesterday. They say that teams are looking to counter pick in advance, right? Like I'm looking to prevent certain picks. I personally feel like Baxia first pick could be a bit too much. Like you're trying to solve a problem that hasn't manifested yet.
That's the thing.
And you put yourself in a very awkward spot, unless you are Aero with rank UT yesterday.
Oh, that's
fair. They flex the Baxia jungle, but it's so conditional.
It's very conditional. It's not like they had a bad draft anyways, right?
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate situation in the early game. But Dangan as well as Moskov going to get locked in for the side of SRG, both of which deal with this Baxia pretty well. I mean, eventually you're going to have the Trinity build, and before that you're doing negative damage to the Baxia. But Dangan is able to kind of punch him out of that shield unity form, forcing him to get caught out in some weird spots sometimes.
Yeah, your Spear of Misery might not knock him out of the wheel, but Badang definitely can. And Badang doesn't mind taking the shots. In fact, if I can keep Baxia locked down, it's even better for my team.
Yeah, that'd be... lay out the war crimes with the Toys Poissons. Keep it in place at least. Farsa as well as Granger going to get locked in for the side of TR. Was it necessary to go far? I mean, you're already up against the Moskov. I think it's fair. The Granger is okay here. Again, just really safe picks. Not much of a direction for the side of TR.
Now, one of the biggest loophole in game one was that Team Ray have no hard crowd control, right? Hilda, Baxia doesn't really provide all of that. And this Baxia, it's still a question mark. We don't know if Lazier is going to be piloting the Baxia even. But I do wish the Team Ray would get someone with decent crowd control, right? If not, at least some pure. Gatot high loss is not too bad. If they want to go to the Jawhead, could probably be their final chance to do so. Now that there are picks like the Joy running around, the Moskov, I think Franco also can be considered if they really want to go down that safe suppression route.
I think just go for the traditional Tigreal, right? I think that's probably your best bet if you want to get like maximum value while still being able to kind of alter the lane states for some matchups. I don't know. It's tough to say, right? Because again, Joy, really, really high mechanic hero, is able to come in from pretty much any angle. Not as flexible as Fanny, of course, but still the counter pick of Badang has already been taken away by SRG. So they've set this up really nicely.
You think there's an angle for Stormy to just go Loyi here?
Yeah. There's a really good chance that he does that, as a matter of fact.
So they started banning out the Hayabusa.
Get rid of the counter matchups. I mean, make sure that your mid lane is going to be safe. You've already banned out the Zushin as well as the Kimi, so you're more inclined to get rid of it. And I think that even for TR, it might just end up being, I need like just a little bit more CC with a little bit more damage, and they might end up on Suyo again.
The dual ban out by Coach Rs, this time wanting to make sure that there's no disruption to the back line, not just the Farsa, but this Baxia. There's still the intention that this Baxia could go into the XP lane. I think if you're SRG OG, what else is there left for Cram? No Baxia, no Blue, no Phoveus. You know what I miss? I miss his Tamus.
His Thamos?
Yeah.
Oh, it's been a long time since we've seen that Thamos, dude. Honestly, put him on the Benedetta.
Oh, yes.
Put him on the Benedetta here. At least something to threaten the Farsa. I mean, he could technically like pick up the Badang at the end of the day, which is kind of like, it's whatever.
That's true.
It's standard. Let's get with the more interesting stuff here. Let's spice things up for the final day.
So they themselves ban out the Fredrin.
Huh, okay. Get rid of the Fredrin this time around. They don't want to tank jungler for the side of TR, does that mean they have to lean more into the Boxia and get a better support matchup?
Huh. Unless they want to force the Boxia into jungle.
Oh, that's one way of doing it as well. I mean, they ban out the Gatot as well. They want to make sure that this Farsa is safe. So they're playing around Dinesh, and they're probably going to let Trap kind of be isolated on his own.
No, Trap is used to it. Not the first time.
It's not the first time. That's so true. It really isn't the first time. But it's still a pretty difficult matchup right now. Any Assassins has to deal with Moskov on top of Badang. You have this hypermobile Joy and no way to really punish it as well.
What do they get? I think they go for the... Okay, Selena.
Very safe, very... Oh, now this comp becomes really high risk, high reward, right? They're like, okay, if you're going to play around Dinesh, we're going to make sure we can punish him 24/7. You pop that feathered airstrike, we've got multiple people with artillery just trying to snipe you.
Yeah, better watch, better look out where you tread, right? One Abyssal Arrow, you either lose Purify or you lose your life. If that's the case, and this Badang, we've seen Cramp play the Badang and he played a very, very nasty Badang.
Yeah, it's very mean.
Oh, CC Angela.
So Boxia in the jungle, CC to try and deal with whatever SRG throws out there. I mean, Iris is looking to win this lane hard.
Yeah. I think it makes a lot of sense because this Boxia, if you put it in Roam, you're gonna get punched up by the Badang. If they put it in XP, you're gonna get punched up by the Badang who can match you. I think SRG is willing to do that. But if it's up against an Angela CC, need one more layer of crowd control, maybe in a support role.
I don't know. I think that Coach Arcadia put them in quite the pinch, right? Because no matter what they pick here, yeah, sure, it's a Joy, yeah, sure, it's the Selena, yeah, sure, it's Badangan as well as Moskov. This might have been a necessary evil to play. Oh, wait, you know, it needed to be damage-oriented, right? Because Granger's going to be out for most of the fight, so you're dependent on Farsa. I'm going to...
oh no.
That's pretty dirty here. I mean, to be fair, this is a little bit of a volatile lane.
Yeah, it is.
He's willing to risk it for the biscuit, man.
You take a couple of bad trades and you lose your Viraga armor too early on, suddenly CC gains the advantage. But if you don't and you make it through to level 4, then the CC relevance is going to eventually start dropping, right? You just don't provide as much value as the X-Borg in the long run. Man, but again, the same problem from Game 1 Persist Team, right? They don't really have the best crowd control.
They don't, but at the same time, it just depends on the performance of their jungler, right? If their jungler is able to affect the side lanes, then maybe there is some form of hope. They've got Virgie on this Angela to kind of supercharge Lazir to kind of chase down any of the targets. Obviously, Xborg is probably the worst one amongst them, but even Moskov's going to struggle. Even to a certain degree, Stormy and as well as Yums might not be able to get out of certain scenarios. So let's see how this plays out, right? Side laners not only need to win, but they also need just a little bit of a push, a little tipping point coming in from their Boxia-Angela combination to turn the tides.
It's so long since I've seen XP, Xborg and XP, and even the last time they played Xborg, I believe was what, season 13 finals against Homeboys.
Oh, that was some good times. That was some good times. But just look at how fast this clear is coming in from Lazir, right? Able to hit level 2 on time. And this is expected because Boxia having one of the faster clears in the game until the changes came through, of course.
Even then, he still clears pretty fast. So guys, working on the purple buff. I want to see where this Boxia goes and which lane does he want to affect. I feel like wherever Yums is, that lane is off limits. But then you look at the rest of SRG OG Esports, Moskov has a way to move around the map. Maybe you go into the Xbox with help of the CC, and you at least blow the Firaga armor.
Yep. Early Retribution already used. Stormy's Abyssal Arrow, potentially proccing, stealing away a camp, which would be unfortunate, but good damage here onto Virgie's side. In terms of the battle spells, again, Festival of Bloods coming in from both Granger as well as CC. Same in the case for the Cram, except it's Master Assassin coming in from Innocent.
Really wants to win the lane hard. Pure raw confidence. You can see in the top lane, Cram being pushed back a little bit, but he really doesn't matter, right? Like, it's not like you can kill him many ways. Once he hits level 4, if he really needs, he can just destroy the wave with the last Insanity.
Oh, weaving these shots here. Stormy really understanding how the hitboxes of both the arrows and the minions to kind of thread the needle against Dinesh. Again, this whole comp from SRG OG Esports designed around making sure, hey, if Dinesh pops a feathered airstrike, we've got multiple answers.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's so dirty, throwing it into the wall.
You know what is the worst nerf you can put on Selena?
What?
And the whole world would disagree? make the arrows hit minions. And you just butcher the hero.
Absolutely ruined their day. I mean, we'll see. I mean, if there's enough people complaining about it, I'm pretty sure Muntona is going to think about it.
I complain about Layla every day and still buffered. I'm not really sure if that's the case. First blood for Sakai's. Electrifying beast onto Dinesh. Double kill already. The hard guard just too late. Maybe they want to at least get Sakai. He just dashed it away. He's so good with the movements. Fancy footwork.
Yep, he is hyper mobile here. I don't expect Lazure to ever be able to chase Sakai's down. There's no real world where that happens unless he makes a mistake.
Oh man, this is not looking good already. Cram shows up and just blows up Virgie.
Yeah, this is, oh my goodness, SRG. Wait, hold on. Innocent actually losing the lane this time around. Trap wants it.
There's no energy.
Ah!
But the bird, not enough.
No flicker, and didn't proc the magic worship. Ooh, trading flicker for flicker, but now Dinesh ends up having to sacrifice his life. He was so close, dude. Just didn't have enough Death Sonata.
Yeah, even a pigeon was, you know, pecked Innocent. Innocent was like, I gotta go away. Oh, Stormy did have to flicker. Got the wheel on top. This should be a kill at least. Stormy goes down first for Team Ray.
All right. A lot of resources being blown for the side of SRG OG Esports here. A little nervous, of course. But Innocent not dying is a good sign.
Can't believe he didn't die.
Yeah, I still can't. I'm like, I thought maybe Magic Worship was going to get him, but it didn't trigger enough times, which is a little sad.
I only hit him like once. Not enough. While that being said, Iris actually rotated all the way to the bot lane.
Oh my god, they froze it on him. They froze it on him. What is he supposed to do? He wants to get it? Alright, good. Use the Death Sonata. That's all you can do right now. Held hostage in such an awkward spot.
And they called Lazure in to free the lane. Yuz gets pushed back a bit. There is Stormy. There's arrow, that one's not gonna hit. But at least it frees up Trap, right? You know, sets him free. D push the lane. All the lanes become dead lanes again. Oh my god. The guy just stole the buff. Very rare that you see him being faster than Lazure and it still gets away.
Yep, no issue for Joy, right? Joy doesn't really care with what Boxia provides. Oh, you provide a slow... Alright, I've got multiple dashes to work with and a temporal rain if I ever get caught out. So it is very unlikely unless he gets pulled in or gets locked down by Puppet on a string.
And then he just lost half his health. Just a minor interaction with Sakai without the connection of an arrow. Gonna go for the golem. Gets it. I think Stormy got that.
Yeah, really maximizing this early game. The famous words of Innocent. Oh no.
The hard guard comes out. And now they back off. Back up from the hard guard, curtain call, and also the Feather Airstrike. Sakai's gonna disrupt the backline. Meanwhile, Crams will be tied together. Last suddenly, the zone away the rest of Team Ray. He survives. Sakai's comes back, forcing Team Ray members to scatter into the wind. No more curtain call. Team Ray should get the turtle, but Yuz goes to the counter engage. Virgie able to get away from the turtle. The rest of the players disengage.
Yup. First turtle falls, another turtle falls into the hands of Team Ray at least this time. They're not just giving everything over to SRG OG Esports. They're fighting for what they can. Even so, Dinesh.
Wow, first item, Blood Wings. Didn't even complete his tier 2 boots.
Yeah. Okay. Alright, gets the flicker. Okay, slows him down. Feather Airstrike, not gonna land all the shots, which would have been nice.
No Innocent surviving. Team Ray have expended most of the resources. He will see Stormy, the arrow. Oh, if that connected.
Ooh. If that connected, that would have been dangerous. Very, very dangerous. I mean, this game is already pretty dangerous overall. Cram, gonna try and sandbag this wave here. Uh-oh.
He wants his Paragon Armor flickers to get it. And he's out.
And away he goes!
Cyclone Knight. Oh, he didn't step on top of the... Trap! Wait, no, he get it! Because Trap picked it up!
Oh,
he still should go down, right? Crab, no way, Praise by Crab!
You're kidding me. No, he takes it!
And now Virgie dies! Surely he goes down, heals back up a little bit, almost pinned to the wall, Puppet on the string. Just enough, Virgie survives, but Trap, he is abandoned.
He can do something here. All the flick.
Not anymore. Sakai takes care of the Angela. Granger is dead, and they just teabag him.
Oh no! How? They're so fluid with their movements. Can't catch them all.
Oh man, this is why I love Export.
God, really great management of the energy there. Keep in mind, every single time somebody has had max heat Cram is naturally going to spawn little cubes that they drop. And whenever you pick up those cubes, it gives him a little bit of health and also stacks up upon his armor, assuming that you have lost your Faraga armor. You're passive early on. Oh, God.
Trap. He has nothing. Guys almost runs him down thanks to the hard guard. So guys still gets away. The current call on top of him, but it expires. They flick on top of Sukai. They really want him dead. Iris finally claims the kill. Last insanity for Cram in the midst of the entirety of Team Ray. Iris actually ends up surviving, and now Cram, he should go down, and he knows it. Double kill for Trap.
Nicely done by Iris. Able to kind of really punish the guys. Unable to kind of anchor down, in a matter of fact, because Yums was also attached to the strings.
And he goes out. Stormy. Good arrow. The trade, but hey, Team Ray keeping this game under control. The SOD actually connects. Lazir will get the turtle. And Innocent is not going to take this clash. It clears at the bottom wave. Get the gold crab. There is a decent goal streak for Team Ray. Both side lanes tier 1 go down.
Hey, that's what they were looking for. They're not going to let SRG OG Esports get away with everything. Man, Innocent is the only Moskov player where I'm just constantly thinking he's going to take the shadow. He's going to take the shadow no matter what.
I think after the M6 stage.
Yeah.
That's what we think too.
Oh my God.
He listens to no one but himself.
Oh, full faith. Full faith. Now it's going to be the War Axe already purchased by Cram. He's even more sustainable. Anti-heal is going to be coming soon. Holy Crystal already done by Sagais?
8 minutes, 15 seconds.
Right on the money here. Dinesh losing his passive shielding from his Blood Wings. Wow. So it's Brute Force Breastplate's first item coming in for Cram. Then he decided to get the War Axe, really just trying to stick on his targets.
The damage is going to come naturally with the passive, the heat anyways. Where have I seen this? Yesterday, who picked the Export jungle? Was it Amal?
I want to say that it's Amal, but there's also a chance. Wait.
There was an Export jungle yesterday, and it was the same item build, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like Brute Force and the War Axe. Was it Amal? I have a feeling it's Homeboys against MV in game 3. No, it was MV. It was MV.
Yeah, it was Uni.
Yeah, it was Uni. It was that game 2 where they banned like 10 junglers.
Fun times. All right, the Trinity already completed 9 minutes, 10 minutes in 9 minutes, 10 seconds. Sorry, in the game for Innocent. He's got his 3 items. This tank is not going to be much of a problem. The only thing is keeping him in place. Because keep in mind, we still have to worry about that heart guard.
But the way that SRG OG plays this draft is very different, right? The Selena, the arrow lands, but you're looking for conversion 2, and Team Ray, they always form this formation around those who get hit by the Abyssal Arrow. So all things considered, this is not too bad, but this moment in time where the Lord spawns is going to be where Team Ray will be put to the test.
Yep, Cramp's going to get his energy, his Faraga armor back, building up that War Axe at the same time. He's got the stacks for both. As long as he's attacking something and maintaining those stacks, he is ready to fight with maximum damage output.
And regaining that Faraga armor health bar with the War Axe 2. He's going to clear the waves out pretty fast, right? And SRG, they have very good ways to manage wave. Innocent on one side, Cram on the other.
Oh my God, look at how much damage he's doing already.
And Cram is really burning it down. They want to get the armor away, and they force Cram to use the last insanity. So they stall out a little bit. Maybe top side, Virgie almost getting solo killed by Innocent. Lazir, he wants to stay in the fight, but I think he has stayed there too long. The hard guard being forced to use on Trap instead of Lazir, so Lazir goes down. Trap still ends up dying anyways, as Sukai just gives him an electrocution. Triple kill, a maniac for the joy. And Sukai, he's hungry for the 5th, he's hungry for the stabbing. Sukai is looking for it, one more death. No, but Iris denied. No savage for Sukai, but SRG, they will still get the top in him.
You can see Innocent is like, all right, you could potentially get a savage. I'm not going to participate. I'm going to take the inhibitor, but if something goes wrong, I ain't saving you, Butko. Oh, okay. Okay, the 1v1's pretty well. Like, Iris, he's dealing a decent amount of damage to Innocent, and Innocent's going to remember that. Like, okay, he's chunking to me about 50% if I am solo curtain called.
Wow, I mean, he survived a solo curtain call and almost killed Iris. Oh, it's going to be Lord. Malefic gun for Innocent. I don't think SRG OG is in a rush to take Lord at this point.
No, they're probably going to play for the fight anyways, right? They're just looking for pickoffs. They're waiting for Stormy to land an arrow. And not to mention that they can actually gain a lot of vision with just the Abyssal Trap.
Let's see how Team Ray wants to contest this. Again, if they can pull off what they did previously, it would be great. You know, they park Virgie, the D-push the lane. But the hard guard, right? The choice of who to use a hard guard on is going to be a tough one. Iris target number 1. That's hard got forced out. Current call is going to expire soon as well. SRG OG again not in a rush. Last Sandy being used. Cramp, disengage. Yums finds a 2-man Fritz Crack, and now they're all trapped. The wall, the arrow doesn't connect. The guys is all alone in the back, trying to look for 3 at once. Ends up going down finally to Virgie. 1-for-1. The arrow almost connects. SOD would have been disastrous for Team Ray.
Yep, and Lazier didn't get chunked out that hard, so now Selangor Red Giants understand that if we zone him out, don't let him in the pit, then it's totally fine. So Cram and Yums on guard duty as we see that Innocent, with the help of Stormy, able to chunk down this Lord extremely fast.
SRGOG can now take that time. I'm trying to figure out whether is there going to be a point in time where Team Ray is going to be able to match up to SRGOG in terms of just, you know, when they, is it when all they get, is it when they get all their items? Or is the late scaling?
I think the only problem is whether or not Iris has enough to get a kill on SRG OG Esports, right?
I think if there's Vengeance, then yes, right? Then yeah, I can see him.
There's a potential, yeah. There is a potential, but instead he's taken Flicker, knowing how mobile SRG OG Esports is. So I think it really boils down to his curtain call. Can he find both the carries at the same time, or at least do the same thing? Fist Crack from Yums, lock him down with maybe Sakai's or Innocent.
Yeah. And they just got Virgie the fleeting time through, so the timing is incredibly late. But at least Team Ray will be able to deal with this Lord appropriately. One more wave in the mid and bottom lane. Wishing Lantern, glowing 1 for Stormy, so every single arrow is going to hurt. Cram in the sandbag alone. Here comes Sakai. He charged up the charge and they get the arrow to Lazier. The hard guard, where is it? Lazier doesn't get it. Virgie not able to provide the support, and that could be the game ender. SRG OG takes care of all the structures. Lazier needs 30 seconds, but I'm not sure if Team Ray have the luxury of half a minute. Innocent now jumps on the Iris, but the airstrike to throw Innocent out, but he just goes into it with the flicker. Innocent gets tied up, but instantly dashes away. Iris takes it, the hard guard on the trap. Trap needs to provide Yums in the engage, and it is lights out. SRG OG closes out the regular season with a perfect record, no losses in terms of series.
Oh my goodness, Innocent, he's still such a beast on that Moskov. He has no fear. Flickering forward, dashing backwards, he knows exactly what he's doing to maximize his damage. That being said, once again, thank you to SRG OG Esports, making it a fast day, 2-0 against Team Ray.
Hallelujah. If we had 3 series, it would have been a 2-hour break time, but hey, everyone gets to go home early. It's no hard feelings, Team Ray. Enjoying that last game. This is not going to be the last time we see them. They've locked in their slot for the next season. But the journey in Season 15 ends here. No playoffs for the second season.
Yep, and now we have the SRG OG Esports fans ready to go. The Supers, the
Ultra.
The Ultras. God, there's so many fan names I gotta remember now. So many fan names. They're all out in those though. We've actually got a pretty packed house.
Yeah, this is crazy, right? For the last match, I was jokingly saying, is there going to be fans today? But it's a full house.
Yeah. Oh, with that being said, let's go up to the stage. Give it up to Rose for SRG.
Walaupun perjalanan Team Ray untuk musim ini akan terhenti sekarang, I would like Stadium Juara to give a warm round of applause kepada mereka. And of course, we hope to see you guys come back stronger untuk musim ke depan. Now, sebelum we wrap this up, is there any kata-kata terakhir di atas pentas sebelum we wrap this up?
Buat semua orang yang udah dukung tim Ray, sokong ya. Kalau bahasa Inggris sokong ya. Buat semua orang yang udah sokong kita, terima kasih banyak. Maaf belum bisa ke playoff lagi. Mungkin season depan kita berjuang lebih baik dan kemungkinan kita bisa lebih baik daripada season ini. Terima kasih guys semua.
Alright, terima kasih kepada Team Ray. We hope to see you guys again in the next season. Guys, one more time, a round of applause. Alright, terima kasih kepada Team Ray. A final bow for you all as well. Terima kasih. And of course, pasukan yang menang untuk perlawanan ini, Stadium Juara, give it up for Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. Hi. Janganlah duduk. Come here. Another good run. Yums. Jangan avoid mic. Yums dulu. Yums dulu. Okay, Yums. I nak Yums. Okay, first of all, congratulations. Masih lagi kekalkan win streak mereka untuk this season. Now, Yums, untuk playoffs yang akan datang, I want you to choose siapa yang you nak jumpa, Aero ke Vamos?
Aero.
Tapi, kalau nak jumpa Aero, Vamos akan balik awal tau.
Ya, betul. Tak apa.
Kenapa nak jumpa Aero?
Sebab nak revenge lah. 2-1 hari tu.
Wey. Just because kalah segame pun dah geram.
Adik geram.
Adik yang geram. Okay, mungkin since you cakap you nak jumpa Aero and you geram sebab 2-1. For maybe Stormy? Kalau lah let's say you guys manage to get 1 MSC ticket, kita ada 1 lagi tiket. Pasukan mana yang you nak ikut korang pergi EWC?
Who you want? Okay, MSC.
Who want to buy?
No, bring to MSC.
I tanya Stormy, dia tanya coach. Homeboys. Kenapa you nak Homeboys ikut korang pergi MSC?
Sebab diorang konsisten kan. Ya.
And you feel like they have more to give?
Ya.
Selepas lawan mereka minggu lepas?
Betul.
Okay. Now, kita akan tengok in the upcoming playoffs. Now guys, you rasa tadi MVP siapa? Alah, kenapa audience macam sendu je? Korang rasa siapa yang MVP?
Kangkong.
Alright, apa kata kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini? In 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada
Shakies. Shakies.
Dia jatuh kepada
Shakies.
Sekais. Wish. Okay, adik. Sebelah row sekejap. Tadi masa you dapat MVP of the first game lah kan? Kita nampak dekat whiteboard, ada tulisan lah. Ada The Sky Prince, ada Yums the Goat. Tapi yang satu tu, Kangkong Prince tu apa? Tu siapa punya kerja dan mungkin you boleh explain kenapa ada Kangkong Prince?
I think that one better innocent kot. Dia sebab dia yang tulis. So kena tanya dia lah, owner yang tulis.
Okay, kejap. You mengaku ke you ni Sky Prince?
Yang tu Yum tulis. Saya tulis yang bawah tu.
Oh, Yums the Goat. So you mengaku lah Yums ni the Goat?
Ya.
Okay, in MSC, kalau you guys dapat tiket tu, you nak buktikan sekali lagi ke you adalah Sky Prince yang sebenar?
Macam nak tukar pula.
Nak tukar? Nak tukar ke apa?
Ground Prince.
Kenapa ground?
Macam lagi style lah. Ke tak? Kan?
You guys setuju tak? Tak, macam tak style. Kita kena try again lah. Okay, Innocent? Why Kangkong Prince? Kangkong Prince, why?
Viewers. Hindi. Kasi si Sekes kasi ginagaya niya yung outfitan ni King Kong pag nag-gym.
Oh! Dia cakap...
Nag-gym na kasi.
Okay, so, fun fact for you all. Adik dah start main gym dah. Adik dah start main gym. Lepas tu, the reason why Kangkong is because dia suka tiru style King Kong dekat gym. So, bergaya King Kong bila pergi gym, adik suka tiru. Interesting. Soon we can see a Sigma jungler in Malaysia also.
MSC.
In MSC? Okay. Ini adalah satu benda yang semua orang akan stay tuned. And of course, Gorgeous, before we wrap up this interview, is there anything yang you nak cakap kepada fans? Last kata-kata untuk regular season sebelum playoffs.
Okay guys, first of all, that's our performance untuk regular season. Thank you kepada semua yang datang support daripada row sini, maupun di sana. Thank you sebab support, sebab tak expect pun dekat sini pun penuh. Thank you guys for supporting MPL MY daripada week 1 sampailah week 6 sampai sekarang. I hope you guys keep on macam ni lah sampai ke playoff. Thank you guys. And for you guys information, SIG akan keluarkan lagu and kita orang akan shoot music video tu today, and kita orang perlukan a few people yang nak join the MV to stay dekat stadium. All. Okay, I need all people to stay untuk masuk ke dalam music video.
Alright.
5:30. Okay guys, meet you guys at 5:30.
Alright, terima kasih Gorgeous. But before I wrap this up, I rasa cram. Kita kena borak dengan captain kita. Because I rasa jarang dengar suara captain. Come here.
Kesini.
Sana okay je. Okay, Captain. As the captain of this season, how has your regular season run been? Are you proud of your boys?
Yeah, I'm proud of them. They play really great and awesome and amazing.
Is there anything you want to say to your boys? Give them some love.
Good luck, guys. I love you all.
I'm pretty sure they all love you too. Once again, congratulations to Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. And of course, guys, for your information, Playoffs Phase 1 ticket akan start selling pada pukul 8 malam ini. So kalau korang nak hadir ke Stadium Juara untuk Playoffs, don't forget to get your tickets tonight. And we will see you guys there. And that's it for me. Untuk regular season, I akan pass it back to the casters to analyze apa yang jadi dalam perlawanan terakhir regular season. I'll see you guys in the playoffs. Bye!
Thank you, Rose. And there you have it. Our winners of the BO3. A 2-0 victory for SRG OG Esports. It's the guys right at the helm of it all.
Ran them down like a freight train.
Woof.
Not leave any breathing room for Team Ray, regardless of whether they've already secured first seed, who their opponents are. SRG OG showing them the due respect, right? Treating them as if they are the strongest opponents at that time.
Yeah, no, disgustingly coordinated. There's nothing that we see, as of right now, nothing that we see lacking from the side of SRG until they are pushed into that corner. And that, again, very few times we've ever seen them right now in the regular season. Across the board, though, internationally, I would like to see how this squad is going to play, because so far, these are picks that we've seen multiple times throughout the regular season. They haven't showed too diverse strategies from Coach Arcana, the only time being Homeboys, where it's just a side-eye, hey, by the way, prepare for something, we got a different question for you to answer.
Yeah. Even then, they still haven't had the need to diversify as much, right, in terms of the draft. Although, we have a Kryptonite is in Indonesia. If the team makes it to MSC, I would be worried. TLID, stop beating us, right? Just stop. For some reason, we cannot beat TLID.
For some reason, we can't beat TLID, and for some reason, TLID can't beat Onyx PH. It's just, that's just how it goes. That's how we get the 1, 2, and 3 from M6.
But we can't beat Onyx PH either.
Neither can we. I mean, no. I don't know. Nowadays, I feel like the meta is so up in the air that right now, our champions are decided based on who has the best, not only read, but can execute upon what the meta demands from them.
Yeah, sometimes you have to go for very hard reads too, right, in the draft, which now demands a lot more from the coaches, which now begs the question, how are these teams going to prep for playoffs, especially those that have a chance to fight SRG? Because you look back at most of the games, they were steamrolling everyone.
Exactly.
So how do you prepare for that?
I think a lot of it just comes down to having first-hand experience. Maybe if you get to scrim against them, that helps a lot. But at the same time, you're analyzing basically purely on the draft itself. But even that doesn't really give you a good idea, because it's the same section of heroes every single time. From emblem setups all the way to hero picks, it's not like we've seen Innocent do anything too crazy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Coach Erpang did that too, right? And then they got blindsided by Xavier, Baxia, Glue. I don't know. I think these coaches have their works cut out for them.
Yep.
We just have to see what happens in the playoffs. SRG OG are in the Aero Vamos bracket.
Yeah, that's true.
So we'll see if Aero faces off against SRG OG. We might have a great best of 5 on our hands, but that is if they beat Vamos. Because Vamos did beat them yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's who knows what could happen, right? It is 1 week worth of time. I think that it's not a lot of preparation time for some of these teams. We don't get to see the big playoff strategy reveal like we've seen a lot of MPL MY teams do and take advantage of that 2-week break. It's just very early on. You got to deal with the hand that you're given.
Yeah, I think the best case scenario for some of these teams, those in play-ins at least, just prepare for the play-ins first, right?
Yeah.
You make it through play-ins, you are in the double elimination, you will make it to phase 2 regardless. But so for SRG OG, they get a bye. Well, at least they get one extra day.
Yeah,
they get one extra day, you know?
They get 1 extra day to play. Who knows? If they ended up dropping, that would be pretty crazy. Who knows?
I know, you need that Todak magic from last season.
Oh, that Todak magic? Ah, it's a genie in a bottle, man. This you don't know.
It's gone. It's no more.
The 3 wishes are done. The 3 wishes are done, and he's free.
What did he use a genie for? Well, we hope we can beat SRG in regular season. We hope we can beat SRG in playoffs. There's one more. What did they wish for? They didn't. We hope we can beat MV.
We hope we don't.
They ran out. They ran out last season.
It ran out. It's unfortunate to say the least, but I don't know. I'm looking for our second competitors here. SRG is just a cut above the rest. And obviously, we're going to see our Hall of Famers once again. Rich Guy, the carry, going over to Innocent. No surprises there. Best Wingman, Stormy. No surprises there. Honestly, I'm surprised that Iris was able to take so much damage in this game. I definitely thought it was going to be Lazier on that box here.
Without Vengeance.
Without the Vengeance.
Without Vengeance.
Yeah.
Didn't really get... I think he got like a hard guard once or twice. But I agree, I'm very... it's a pleasant surprise. But they just couldn't keep Surgeist under control. We knew at one point that Surgeist is going to be the reason that Team Ray collapses, and he almost got a Savage. Almost.
Almost. And then Sandbag comes in the way. No, sir. I'll hold up. Quadra is all you get. You're only getting a Maniac. Nothing more.
I feel like Innocent would have stolen it if he could.
I mean, Innocent made sure to stay out of the way. We saw after the teams got up that Surgeist was poking at Innocent. It's just like, hey, why aren't you helping me? Why aren't you sacrificing your life?
You gotta earn it. Yeah. You gotta earn it.
And Innocent's like, but I got the inhibitor. I'm not gonna do anything for you.
I got 2 Savages. I don't know what you're talking about.
Let's look at the highlights of the game. SRG, once again, really great ideas here. Cram obviously coming up with a bit of a weirder pick in the X-Borg. Funnily enough, did very well against Iris in the lane. However, you didn't get to see the burst ability, right? I think the SRG understood very quickly that trap is going to take too long. And then you have this play here where it's like, yeah, you don't have the items to 100% kill me just yet, and still is able to movement his way out of there.
That movement is crazy, right? His Fragile Armor breaks, he misses the Cyclone Eye, Trap picks it up, he backtracks to get it, and he escapes.
It's a feels bad for Trap because it's like, I'm trying to land as many shots as possible. I missed literally 1 bullet, and that's what gets him away.
He could have just auto attacked, right? Maybe it would have been different. I don't know.
I don't know if it was enough damage if he auto attacked. That's the worst part. There's no guarantees of it. And then while everything is happening, it's just a winning board all the way through, right? Across the map.
Yeah, and then there's like, Virgie. Actually, this was a genius play that I just realized. SOD connects from Innocent, Virgie hard guards to escape, and they lose 1 inhibitor.
Yeah, and then also Winter crowds to ensure that he doesn't die to guarantee the transfer over. Fun stuff that we see from SRG OG Esports, especially when they're mucking around. Even so, I would like to see them at their peak once again, just another taste of it, because you can see that Innocent is just hard limit testing.
I mean, that's the conclusion of the regular season. It's been a very interesting season. I would say it's a lot more competitive than season 13 and 14, where it's just SRG and Vamos, maybe a bit of Todak and MV.
Yeah.
But this season is pretty tight.
It has been pretty tight, and I think, the gap is closing between the Homeboys as well as Monster Vicious. They put up one hell of a fight yesterday. I think, honestly, if all games were like that, I think more people will come by and watch MPL MY just to see how hard we can actually brawl. Even so, here is your final standings here with SRG OG Esports sitting on top at a whopping 26 points. Trying to max it out, but unfortunately dropped a single game for getting the extra 3 to put them at 29. Homeboys, on the other hand, 22 in second place. Monster Vicious 17 with 17 points in third. Arrow in fourth with 16. Vamos in fifth at 14. And 6 DX Soul at 13. Everybody below didn't make it to the playoffs.
Now with the top 6 locked in for playoffs, I want to see the brackets, right? I want to see who has the unfortunate luxury to be in the SRG OG bracket, and who has the slightly less unfortunate luxury in being in the Homeboys bracket.
Slightly less. All right, let's show the brackets for our playoffs. For the play-ins, it's going to start off with Arrow versus Vamos, MV versus DXS. MV and DXS will be headed towards the Homeboys. The winner of that matchup will then face against them. Arrow versus Vamos, the winner of that matchup, face up against SRG. I mean, to be fair, Coach Theo, he was like, we want to avoid SRG, and they've done it.
The craziest thing is that Arrow and Vamos, I mean, Arrow previously was Red Esports, right? They both made it through the play-ins last season. Vamos got a bye, of course, but Arrow made it through by beating JP Niners. They finished 4th because they lost to SRG OG. But for DXS and MV, this is going to be one to watch. Last time they faced off, MV won 2-1. We went the distance. DXS's curse is that they can never close things out 2-0, but now we go to a best of 5. And there are 2 possibilities. MV loses out in play-ins once more.
Oh, that would be
and DXSB makes history, continues to make history, or MV finally makes it out of 5th and 6th.
Makes it out of 5th and 6th, then we'll have to face up against Homeboys in an intense matchup. We saw yesterday's BO3. Can you imagine a BO5?
I don't want to think about it. Who knows? There's a world they enter the finals, right?
2-minute, 30-second fights is just never-ending chaos.
Oh, I can't imagine. I think for the second match, right? The second place is definitely for me, the one to look out for. Right? No disrespect to Aero and Vamos, but MV against DXS is my highlight.
All right, I think that's fair. I think that all these teams are going to have to, really step it up during the playoffs. Keep in mind, this is all for MSC EWC slots. There's no wild card for us. We go right into the main event, and that's the important thing here. Whoever makes it into the grand finals already secures their tickets to Riyadh.
Yeah, back then we say that, well, why are we playing wild cards? We're going to win anyways. Well, now we get to skip the queue, but that means we're going straight into the VVIP lounge.
Yep. I mean, honestly, there were moments where we were like, oh, dude, we might not actually make it out of wild cards.
Oh, SMG, MY, we're pretty close.
We got pretty close there. Everybody was sweating on that one. But generally speaking, hopefully we're able to kind of bring back that crown one more time for MSC. That would be pretty fun. It would be pretty incredible.
Yeah, we might not be world champions, but hey, winning 2 MSC in a row sounds good for me.
Big shmoneys!
Then we would top the earning chart for all ML teams.
One more time for SRG OG Esports. Big whoops. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching, and everybody who's out there, we want to hear your feedback. Gaming and esports in Malaysia, tell us what you think. Scan that QR code, fill up that survey. We want to know our audience's opinions, and those who are watching on Astro Arena as well can also participate.
Yeah. Don't say things like bad matchmaking, okay? Honest opinions.
With that being said, thank you so much. This is the end of the regular season of the MPL MY Season 15. This is Husky. My name is Gideon. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in the playoffs.
Baksan ulti guys. Boleh baksan nanti, tengok baksan nanti Pak.
Boleh. TP tu Baksa.
Stop him, Kram, stop him.
Keluar atas dek.
Start. Nah, dia tu. Terusin ulti bang, we can time it dah.
Kan. Sen, wish.
Dia marah.
Want to pro something ah? Mimpi je lah oh. Oi.
Try, mana kau? Try, I want you. Tower guys, kita tower.
No.
No, Wiro.
Hero. Set. Woi, sono loh.
Hero.
Aku no ulti oh.
Ni, innocent. Purify. Tiger. Pente. Nice try guys.
Pente.
See you next season.
Gawin ultihan, Kram. Angela na ulti ah.
Okay. Aman Kram.
No flicker tau.
My turret.
Sini ah. Trap.
Dilo.
Ada shot.
Ay, Winter, Angela ulti.
No
flicker.
I already flick cu.
Aman.
Nice that.
Ay, I can get bot ani.
Nice. Aman.
Mania.
Savage mulu ni.
Go. 3 second. Sesan help.
Tangan ni.
I stand it.
Tak boleh ke? Allah.
Ito na ulti.
Tengah.
Focus kill. Great kick ke? Alah, dah end oh.
Kecewa end. Fikir. Bisa nggak les sini?
Ulti.
Pajalan.
Enggak, nice try guys.
See you next season guys.
Next season. Bye.